Hello everyone, what is up? It's time for us to get started, and welcome in on Twitch and on YouTube. And there we are, YouTube is live. We got Warlords, we got USA Cup. And I need to add to my Twitch stream. Birthday tomorrow. There we go, my birthday's tomorrow. I'll add that to the title. So let's grab these maps. We got Yo versus Barles, and I'll put the drafts up. And there we are. So I'll have Morass's game number 1. Popular game number 1 pick so far. I realize I don't even have AoE 2 open. I need to open AoE 2. I need to have the game open in order to cast. So I hope everyone's having a wonderful, perhaps start to the weekend. It is a Friday, of course. This is my final day of being 32. JBR around checking the maps. And all the maps look... Oh no, we have, is that Basmo? Ooh, Basmo for Yo. I'm worried about golden relic positions on Basmo. That map can be a bit unfair sometimes. That one's going to require a big rework to get everything not bugged or completely even, so that's the one on my list of some remaining nuance to it. Let's see, I got my settings set up properly. We did some community games yesterday, so I gotta double check that all my settings are still correct for the games for the game mode. My casting and playing settings are slightly different, especially with the hotkeys I have. I wonder if anyone's noticed that Isthmus and Marshwood are essentially the same map, but with just water and hill differences. It's going to add all the map authors to the maps. Actually, let me think. Maybe I can do that real quick. And Latajada. Do I post stream updates on Discord? Yes. I post when I go live on Discord usually. Sometimes I forget. I didn't automate it with a bot, but I generally post there. There's an announcements channel if you want to follow that. I don't know how many people do, but it is there. Let me see, because I have my list of maps and I have my overlay. Basmo still. Some changes. Crossroads. Let me double check that Basmo's okay, actually. I want to make sure I don't have a bunch of flags on it. Okay, we're good. Basmo is one heck of an interesting map. Alright. Swords update to fix player positions and fish. Distribution. Right. Here's my README file. Also not signed in. Don't know why I'm disconnected, but right. Let's just make a list of all the maps and their map authors while they're drafting. We'll do all the quests. Hello, Albert. Hello, Chicho. Hello, greetings from Bulgaria. We did see Bulgarians play the other day on Morass. Let me just check one thing. Save some settings for myself. Yo versus Barles. Maybe this is an American thing, but did y'all ever see that old commercial with Yogi Berra and Yao Ming? Where they're like, yo, and they're mispronouncing the names? Like in the deli or the dollar store? In the GitHub. FA. Yo Yao. Yep, that one. Okay, yeah. Jack gets my references. A Walmart receipt. No, I need my 2FA. Oh, wait. I don't have a SMS code. Send SMS. Okay. Alright, I have successfully signed into my code editor. Going to Crownwood by Trezini, Marshwood by Trezini, Morass by Trezini, we'll have Cenotes by Forgotten Empires, Kilimanjaro by Forgotten Empires, and Lowland by Zini. Arena by Ensemble Studios, what a name. Also, let's keep an eye on the games and make sure I'm not like missing the games. Okay, they're just in the lobby now. We're gonna try to get the map names on the overlay. We've been missing this on the overlay. And hello, Cody2Teach and Valcom. What's up? What's up on YouTube? Hello. And Barles, Yo, and JBR all in the lobby. I think my color choice is going to be Yo in red and Barles in blue for these games. Yo in red makes the most sense for my brain, and Barles always picks purple, so we have to change him to fit with either red or blue. Okay, so there's Arena. We have Basmo by Marintho and Welcome to Rapture. Black Forest by Ensemble Studios. Crosswords by Empires. Fix a typo in my README. Immersion by the Matter. Dismissed by Trezini. Pacific Islands by Forgotten Empires. Berlines by Zetnis. Graffiti by the Matter. I'll give Papaya credits for African clearings. That's basically Bedouins. Murkwood by Forgotten Empires. Ring Nomad by Zetnis. Order Dispute by the Prophet. Cliffbound by Trezini and Yakuza by Young Panda. Alright, I'm gonna have all the map names and I'm gonna hope this works. For the land, not tomorrow's birthday, a well-deserved birthday to make it to the ripe old age of my mid-30s. Well, here we go on Morass. It'll be Magyars for Yo and Koreans for Barles. Let me see if this... Hold on, let me see if this worked. Magyars and Koreans on Morass. Do we see the map author? We don't. I need to save again. No. Why do we not see the map author? There's no map author there. Why not? I'm confused. Oh, it is there. I just can't see it. It was too small. Trezini is there. Okay, we're good. We're good. All's good. How young do I turn tomorrow? It'll be my 8th year of experience of being 25. Alright, and I think we're all ready to go. Welcome to game number 1. We will have Yo as the red Magyars to the southwest, Barles as the blue Koreans to the east. They are very close together. That's what happens when you use circle radius for your maps. This is the most extreme case of they're about as close as they can be. Nice experience is nice. And Magyars and Koreans. Magyars have free forging. Koreans will have skirms and towers. Very different civs here. Has to be a men-at-arms opening from Yo. Barles will be looking for lots and lots of skirms. Now, the colors they picked were Barles in purple, Yo in blue, but I don't think we can actually see those, so I swapped them around a bit. And we'll get caught up to make sure we're at live time. I have a middle from Barles. So I did balance this map out to adjust the distribution of shorefish in the middle to make it a bit more even. The previous version could be very uneven. I'm not 100% satisfied with the way the middle turned out, but I think it's an improvement in terms of balance, if not necessarily looks. And for this level of gameplay, we really do want to make sure everything is balanced properly. So welcome everyone. There's a chance we also co-cast the next set with Mem. We're going to cast with him sometime this weekend. I told him just figure out everyone else and I'll fill in wherever you need. So I don't know precisely yet. But forward mills, lumber camp in the back, safe location for Yo, also in the back for Barles. So they're focusing on builds for the middle. Lots of vills on the shorefish. Things should be very consistent now. And loom on the way for Yo. Oh, we have a gift membership on YouTube sent from Tristan to Cody. Thank you very much for gifting a YouTube membership. It's feudal for Yo. I need to see if I can get some type of alert, because I have Twitch alerts. I don't know if I can get YouTube alerts. Apparently, I can also combine YouTube chat with Twitch chat now, and Twitch updated their policy, so I'll need to look into that again. I tried using StreamerBot in the past, but it always kind of bugged out for YouTube. So I'll need to look into it more. There's feudal aid for Barles, because I'd love to have everyone here together, and then you can chat with each other by watching the screen. Oh, thank you very much, Tristan. I almost misread your name by putting the S and making Tristan plural and not putting it with Sweden. I almost said Tristan's Sweden instead of Tristan Sweden. Reading is difficult. I know at some point soon I really need to get glasses. But Merles will be scouting the back. He'll see the barracks. And so my question now is how heavily do they go men-at-arms versus something else? Because Yo is going to go for a stable opening and a tower. Whoa, okay. So he's maybe thinking Barles with Koreans wants to go heavily into skirms. And going for scouts with the free forging might be a counter to the skirms? So Barles will be not even aware of the stable, but just anticipating it. Hasn't seen anything from the barracks, hasn't seen any men-at-arms, and now we'll scout the stable, and we'll open with a spear. Open with the double spears. You have to be careful to avoid the spear. And now Barles has to decide what does he do from the range. He does have the free armor that applies both to archers and to skirms, but he's not on gold. And if he's going spear skirm against scout, that's probably not the opening he wanted. Probably would prefer spear archer. Hello, Bozzy. That's a lot of effort. I lost track of the conversation. Effort for what? Well, it was a good effort for Barles to wall this and keep it safe from the scouts. He just praised balancing the shorefish. Yep, that was something I touched. It's been a lot of changes here and there. As Yo will be hoovering around the outside, as the spear goes to poke at the scouts. And Barles will look to raid, but again, only with skirms. And Yo is on stone, so he's going to go tower defense. So he's not worried about skirms at all, and he's going double stable scouts. Oh, let's go double stable Magyar scouts. Magyars have a scout discount. Oh boy, there's a blacksmith from Barles. I remember years ago on you remember the Gamer Legion podcast when Viper did the podcast? Yeah. I had a call with Viper and with Nelson. That's Morass / Nelson. And Viper brought up he felt he had a very unfair generation on this map against Yo. And Yo will be engaging the spears with the scouts, but that is a horrible fight from Yo. He's on stand ground, and a lot of the scouts weren't fighting. And he lost 2 scouts there, perhaps unnecessarily. It was not the right engagement. And I think the key with the stand ground patrol is also figuring out the right time to swap from stand ground stance to aggressive stance. And at some point you need to make sure your scouts are all attacking. Yeah. And I'll have a watchtower forward for Yo, as the scouts try to get through the barracks. And we'll have a defensive tower for Barles, as scale mail armor comes in for Barles. And that is a lot of spears. Not able to deny the tower, but maybe able to sit under the tower and fight it with spears. You could do arson and then attack the tower with spears. So bloodlines for Yo. And this tower from Yo is going to go down, so Yo has to be careful. He's got 5 vills in that tower. Barles wants to camp the base of it. This is a big fight for Yo. He has bloodlines. He doesn't have armor yet. But he's just going to take the fight. He'll take the fight. And will he clear this, or will he lose his scouts? It's a lot of spears. He's under an enemy tower. It's the skirms that are really taking the tower fire, and I think that was a good fight for Barles. Yo has lost almost all of his scouts there. That was not the moment to engage. He probably could have just ran the vills away, got them back, and yeah, he'll lose the forward tower, but he can do a defensive one. Didn't have to lose 6 or 7 scouts all underneath there. Never seen the map played like this? I haven't either. Yo digging into his bag of tricks. Still lots and lots of shorefish around. We'll have a tower growing up here by the mill. And spear going down to the scouts. Just joined in being hit with the 6-7 immediately. Oh my gosh, that wasn't even intentional. That was an accidental 6-7. And Barles has reacted to this well with the walls. He reacted with the defensive tower against the forward tower. And maybe this is crazy, but maybe Yo needed to go double tower there. 10 vills, YOLO forward, so that Barles' one tower wouldn't be able to defend. That would have been crazy aggressive, but then you basically guarantee yourself that you're winning the tower war. Your towers protect each other, and that fight would have gone differently. And now he's going forward for a second tower. Well, you might just need to pretend you're Teutons there and force a bigger tower fight. Literally the first thing you heard. Well, I'm turning 33 tomorrow. For me, the meme is 69. I'm not young enough for 6-7 to be a thing. And yo, what are you doing? Just ran through spears under the TC. I gotta say, I like the Magyar's garrison flag. Yo, he's up to the castle age himself, doing another tower. But once the Koreans get up to the next stage, they can do Fire Lancers. And now with... How many skirms do we have? 6. In the back of Yo's base. We're gonna disrupt that wood line. And all those villas are gonna have to run for another lumber camp. Even with the tower not in the right spot to defend. Helps the stone, but now it'll be a stone for Barles and a defensive tower. And Yo's not gonna go for it. He's gonna pull back, and he's gonna know that Barles will have Korean guard towers as soon as Castle Age comes in. And it's gonna slow down a lot of the aggression. And now, oh, thank you, Suzier.
You must be wary on the road
sub.
ahead. Our enemies, the British, are out in force, and their Burgundian allies are thick as rats. Discretion is the better part of valor.
I mean, just my OBS. Been a long time. OBS, I just read been a long. Just in Windows. Oh, you used to be a Pato Pesto. Well, welcome, and thank you for using your Prime sub. So we'll have a TC in the back for Barles. And tower goes up, as scouts will fight the spear. And some vills on the stone will be attacked by the tower. Nice tower positioning, being away from Barles' tower. And Yo can get fletching and then keep Barles off of the stone. But Barles does have enough stone so far for a second tower, and now Fire Lancers can be the play for Barles. Fire Lancer skirm against the Magyars, who might just try to go full knight against that, but Barles already investing to pikemen, and he had 7 spears. Okay, chat. 6 skirms, 7 pikemen. I'm sorry, but you brought it up. You did this to yourselves, chat. Oh, see, Yo needs one more night now. One more night before you fight. Let's see, he's going to engage. And he'll take the fight. He'll take the fight, had the numbers to clear out all of those pikemen. We all know knights beat pikemen in early Castle Age. And we will have a wheelbarrow now for Barles. So second and third TCs for Yo. So this is a very forward second TC for Yo. It'll be on that gold mine. Third TC is on shorefish in the back. We actually found a spot within the shorefish to do a TC. And we'll have another guard tower now from Barles, really keeping his shorefish safe. I double-clicked. Oh my gosh, never mind. He's not keeping him safe. The gate's open. The gate is open. That is a disaster for Barles. He tries to quick wall of hills. Oh, and this is a disaster. They're not even near the tower. They can't make it to the tower. Vills are going down. The knights are kind of trapped in here with fire lancers, so they'll die. But that was a nice raid. This will be maybe 4 Vills dead. Nice job from Barles to pop out a full HP Vill and put a weak one in the tower. Will that Vill survive? Yes, she will. That's 3 kills and a lot of idle time there for Yo, who's pulling ahead in res collected and will be pulling ahead in Vills with the TCs. Adding in a siege workshop. We'll need probably 3 or 4 mangonels to push guard towers. And hello, Perk, how you doing? Or just go for the ram. He doesn't have infantry to put in the ram, though. Right now, just knights and monks. Magyars don't have the best monks. No redemption or atonement. So they cannot convert siege buildings or enemy monks. Barles will start pulling in relics. There are, reminder, 7 relics on all of these maps. University there for Barles. And Yo wants to destroy the outpost and then run away from the monk. Does not want to get converted just going for an outpost. More forward guard towers from Barles. This is where things get kind of... Oh, no, even more forward. That is in range of the TC, maybe? I'm not sure. That one's not, for sure. Remember, TCs don't get any extra range from the fletching line of upgrades. I think they did in the Age of Kings, but that was quickly changed in the Conquerors. Here's ballistics for Barles. As a few knights will come around too, and the monk goes down from the guard tower. And there's a workshop for Barles. So we have another guard tower going up for Yo. And with all of the infantry, the fire lancers and the pikes, it gets hard to use knights after a while. Turning 20, if only I were that young still. And Ram going for the tower. Monks are here for the fire lancers. So that's Yo's plan, monks for the fire lancers. That gets a bit difficult when they can garrison inside of towers and break the conversions. Scorpions also from Yo, so siege knights and monks. Push against the Koreans as Barles is booming. He's on 2 TCs, but staying even with Yo on villagers, where Yo's on 3 TCs. Scorpions, ooh, if they can line up a shot on those vills, that'll be great. Treadmill crane for Barles. And for castle from Yo. That's where Magyar Hussars could come in and try to snipe off rocket carts. Attack bonus against siege, but they don't have conversion resistance like normal scouts do. And Barles would love to stop the castle with the rocket carts. He does have 3 of them, or no longer. One of them goes down. Knights will try to dive the rocket cart. 1 conversion. And towers now, they're not in range of the castle vills. The mangonel will stop another rocket cart. This castle will go up, and it will take out 2 towers, potentially 3, were Bodkin to come in. So that is an aggressive castle from Yo. And will enable the Magyar Hussars. Barles lost the rocket carts, greedily attempting to stop the castle, and Yo clicks up to Imp. Thank you, Easy easier player I am for the follow. Welcome into the Twitch stream. And tower's starting to get knocked down. And Yo, I imagine, just goes for Trebs, but forward castle from Barles. Oh, Yo could maybe hit that with the ram. Does Yo see that? He does. Maybe this is crazy. Yo could Vil rush that and send the ram. Oh, he's got Cav archers. He can put 6 Vils in the ram and go for it. This could be a doubt castle from Barles. Barles only has 4 Vils. We talk about towers stopping castles. Do outposts stop castles? Cav archers will pick off the monks and also pick off the forward Vils as the ram goes for the tower. No repair Vils inside. But all 4 of those forward Vils will go down and the castle will remain unfinished. The ram goes down, and that tower still will annoy Yo. But he's a minute away from Imp and a minute away from Trebs. No big ram push being queued from Barles, and Yo with this castle has a ton of map control. Has Bodkin now, so he can take out the next tower if he wants to. He's going for the blacksmith, though. Copium Outpost is very powerful. Hello, Masty. Hello. You got your games in 30 minutes. I think my plan is to cast your games as Rex after Warlords, so don't spoil. We'll have a good old Cryptic versus Masty later. Still no ballistics. Still no ballistics from Yo. Does he need it to kill all these Vils, though? Gonna kill a knight, and some Vils will garrison, but that means they're not building the castle. And Barles will go for a closer castle. Thumbring is in, Handcart is in. And now Bracer, potentially even Recurve Bow could come in, but I think Trebs are the first priority. Yo versus Barles is one of your favorite matchups. Interesting. So there's Imp for Barles. Barles wisely putting Imp in his back TC. We'll have 3 TCs in the back, hunting some of those Ibexes in the back. Barles desperate to get that castle up. The Cav archers can dive and dodge and dip, and they'll do Parthian tactics. A bit more Pierce armor. Will Yo do his own tower now? Yeah, he'll do his own tower. Those no ballistics, no bracer needed. Cav archers simply OP. More Cav archers on the way over. And there's now a capped ram from Yo to attack the castle foundation. Or no, just to attack the tower. To attack the tower. Parthian is Pierce armor. Parthian is Pierce armor and attack bonus against spears. So if all you're doing is fighting the champion line, all you're doing is fighting the paladin line, then there's no need for Parthian. If you're fighting archers or you're fighting the spear line, then yes, you do need it. Is it +1? I thought it was only +2 Pierce. Wait, is it +1? Oh, it is +1 melee. This was changed. It used to be +4 Pierce armor, but then 2 of that Pierce armor was moved from Parthian over to Heavy Cav Archer to make Heavy Cav Archer without Parthian better. Did it always have a melee armor? I'm wrong about that then. Do get it against the champion line in case they catch your Cav archers. Do get it against the paladins. Yeah, but they have to research Recurve Bow. They don't get that for free, and that is quite expensive. Especially when you're trying to go Trebs. Yo in an absolute dominant position. This castle was insanely good for him. And this Knight Scorpion Monk push is the Magyars. You don't think of Magyars as going monks or scorpions. But it worked out for Yo, who's going to try to block the ram. It will eventually get to the Treb. Treb will take down a keep. The keep needs one more shot to go down. 41 HP. That ram is filled with Fire Lancers, and the keep gets destroyed just as the Fire Lancers pop out. And that is not where you want the Cav Archers to be underneath the Fire Lancers. One conversion comes in. But the Fire Lancers will go down. And there is that expensive Recurve Bow, along with Ballistics for Yo. Just missing the final armor now. Yeah, just missing the final armor for the Cav Archers. Maybe you could count Heresy and Devotion as Cav Archer upgrades, but he just needs armor, especially under the towers. 123 Vils to 100. Upsiong for extra tower range now for Barles, as Barles keeps trying to flee. And Yo will push him with rams to try to take down the keeps. Barles did eventually get that tower, or that castle up over here on the left. That's his Upsiong castle. As Yo doing the final armor upgrade. Yo will do a defensive castle, keeping a golden stone under his control on the left. And the tower will collapse. As Barles trying to do towers. Towers do help slow down Treb pushes. Barles trying to keep the eco running. Trying to get outposts around the side for scouting. He'll see all the golds and stones that Yo still has to take. As Barles' market, that'd be maybe valuable to destroy. Tons of Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers do have an attack bonus against Cav Archers. But I still think the Magyar heavy Cav Archers work against them. Let me just check a Fire Lancer. Does not count as the spear line, so the Parthian tactic bonus against spearmen of +6 will not apply for the heavy Cav Archers. Hussar spam. We do have now Corvinian army, and you will be taking 2 relics back from Barles. Cav Archers will take out the Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers taking the Treb and the Ram. That's another forward castle. If Yo runs into here, that would be a lot of dead vills. Barles is relying on those keeps to keep his vills working. He's trying to make a barracks and some keeps to start raiding Yo, but Yo on top of that already trebbing it down. Sending a Hussar over to try to find the vills. Send the Cav Archers over too, especially if the tower goes down, 40 HP remaining. This castle not actually finished for Yo. He's wary of the keeps still. You will see Barles is starting to run out of gold, as Barles has to keep expanding to try to keep gold control. But Yo up by 3,000 score, trying to get to that ACCM score position of 5k. And the castle does finally go up, and Elite Magyar Hussar is on the way for Yo. If Yo's able to destroy that, even just this keep, he runs straight to the wood line. He needs to realize that Barles is back there, hasn't scouted it yet. Do you see any skirms from Barles? Good question. That's because he's invested into infantry upgrades. And he just wants to make the Fire Lancers. He's maybe thinking skirms die to Magyar stable units and wouldn't be helpful against the Trebs. But yeah, skirms definitely against heavy Cav Archers could be an option. Maybe something about the matchup, though. He just doesn't want to go skirms. I don't know. I feel like heavy Cav Archer, though, is the Magyar's best option. So maybe skirms to try to force them into something else might put you in a better chance. And we'll see if Yo goes to the corner. Yo just needs to go to the corner. Doesn't even need to send much there. He's got 4 Cav Archers heading there. He's trying to defend himself from the Treb, has a few converted Fire Lancers of his own. Will be taking down the barracks from his eco. And now those Cav Archers will just stand on the farms and raid everything over here on the right. And there's a GG from Barles as Yo takes game number 1. We give him the win on the scoreboard. And the save that I gave him the win. There we are. 168 to 100 KD. Eco, much better for Yo. And everything going his way ever since those Castle Age fights. So GG. Well done for Yo. Hello Adam. Hello Prince Coconuts. Hello Noob Netrum. And see, I do need to play an ad between the games, but a reminder on Twitch, if you sub, or even if you just go watch on YouTube, you can watch without the ads. And if you do sub, I'll extra appreciate it, because it's my birthday this weekend. And it'll help me feel less old. So ad between the games, we will check this off as a win for Yo on Morass. Then for Civs, that will be Magyars over Koreans. His birthday. It does feel birthday. Oh, that's a nice dragon scimitar you have. How do you even have a dragon scimitar? That's amazing. I want a dragon scimitar. Well, one day I'll have to play old school RuneScape again. Maybe we'll make it like a community event. And Murkwood will be the next map. Murkwood with a U instead of an I. Let me also drink my coffee before this gets cold. I need my second coffee because this is going to be a long day of casting and I had to wake up early to do the podcast today. Of OSRS, I do enjoy it. I feel like it's gonna be a lot more fun to play while streaming, because I played it back in like 2006, before they added the Grand Exchange or any of the other new features. So even OSRS feels new to me. Now the coffee isn't hot. The coffee isn't hot. I've seen Madam Mage play it, but I haven't played it myself in a long time. I would need to make a new account. I remember I just enjoyed mining. That's all I did. Mining and smithing. I would mine everything myself and then smith it. Or castles pumping those special hussars. If Magyars get to the late game with good Magyar hussar production, they are very hard to stop. Sandbox, do what's fun for you. Yeah, I think it'll be a lot more fun to stream and have people to talk to while doing a repetitive grinding task rather than just playing myself. So, okay, Murkwood. Who likes Nomad civs? Because we're going to see Spanish for Yo. And Chinese for Barles. And Barles picking his home map as a Nomad map against Yo when Yo has the Spanish is one heck of a choice. Now the Chinese should have a good eco with their 3 vills once the TC goes up. The fact they don't need to make the houses and they start with 9 vills means they can get the dock and the fishing ships running on the outside very quickly. But man, I'm still kind of worried here. Alright, they got an intermission screen. I'm just checking Mem stream to see where they're at. Yeah, Barles has to have a smooth start, right? That's the key for Nomad. Start. Especially with all these vills. Also, thank you everyone for watching on YouTube too. Yeah, we've been getting nice viewer numbers on YouTube, which is always lovely to see. I'm glad that we have kind of expanded there too. Because I like YouTube. Oh, Twitch is giving me a coffee ad as I'm looking at the list of streams. Oh, looks like we're going. And let me get the players set up properly in their colors. And here we are. So the map is Murkwood. Let me make sure I don't have another stream in the background. And oh my gosh, look at these TCs. Look at the TCs. They're not in range of each other, but the ranges overlaps. Let's go. And for Barles, this is insanely good for him because the closest stone to Yo's TC is actually covered by his own TC. So if Yo wants to get conks, he needs to go kind of far away. This is close. I mean, I have seen closer, but this is about as close as we can get without an admin restart. So this is Murkwood. It is, as the Aussies would appreciate, girt by muddy shallows. We'll have salmon here. In the outside, being taken by vills. Lots of little beach terrains around the outside. We added some oysters to the outside so you can get gold from your fishing ships. You won't be restricted to the gold on land. And oh boy. They are close. They are very, very close. Hello, 11. Video quality is better on YouTube. Yep, one day I hope to have stable enough internet and the ability to 4K stream on YouTube again. Ever since I upgraded to Windows 11, I had horrible issues with it. And I don't know why. And oh, the block from Yo on Barles'sville. And trying to de-aggro the Rhino. And gets the Rhino, actually. But has to save his own Ville, and Barles will now get the Rhino. I'll get it close to the TC. That's a full HP Ville. Gonna 1v1 the Rhino. There he goes. He gets the Rhino. So, fishing eco. Yo actually docked the little beach on the outside. Ooh, Yo getting creative with the dock out there. Barles docking in the middle, as you'd expect. Not so close to the deep fish. And again, you're gonna get very messy very fast. Villager here from Yo. Gonna pull that Rhino into the TC. Do a couple of houses and palisades to block. And TC will shoot once, twice, and shooting with the vills. Lovely lure from Yo right under the TC. Also has some wild chickens here. Also on the map. Oh, thank you, Exhorter7, for using a tier 1 sub. Thank you. That'll count towards Partner Plus.
It would be most rude for us to send him away.
Gandalf there. But yeah, the map had a version where it spawned with chickens as scouts, as the herdables, instead of the water buffalo. I turned that off. I turned that one off because they're so annoying to scout with. You have 10 million of them and they have one line of sight. Compared to the, I think, 2 or 3 line of sight to the buffalo. Chickens as herdables is just a no in my book. A house and a bunch of palisades going up for Yo. And, ooh, that is a weak Ville, 4 HP. He'll save it, though. He'll save it. Ooh, okay. Ungarrison's a full HP Ville alert. Gets in a decent spot still. 11 with the nice chicken emote. Ville's popping out of the TC, going to the wood line.
Monday?
And everyone building, or Yo building the palisade. So Yo, as I pointed out at the start, has to take the back stone, but he has to wall in order to take it. Barles is up to the feudal age first. He might go for a tower rush, and he might try to go for feudal pressure to keep Yo off of the stone. And this is a situation, does Yo even have a lumber camp? I don't think he does. Yo might just ignore the tower rush, do a back lumber camp, and try to fast castle and get the castle up in the face of towers. He'll mill a patch of deer. That'll let him go up at the right time. And let him do the market, most importantly. The mill unlocks the market. Oh, the food. Look at this build from Yo. I'm very surprised Barles picked this as game number 2, seeing that Yo had Spanish on a Nomad map. That is... How did he not ban Spanish from Yo after seeing Murkwood was in the pool? Odd. Well, hello, Jafar. Thank you very much. There is feudal age for Yo. Barles up to feudal. And market blacksmith for Barles. So he's going to fast castle. Will he have the res for it? Remember, Spanish build their buildings faster. Yo could plop down a market and a blacksmith very quickly. Just going to do the standard, though. 2 vills, 1 blacksmith. And he'll do villain town watch. Yeah, this is something I like doing in my own Nomad games. Town watch in feudal rather than a second vill. Without having a scout, town watch, especially on the houses, gives you so much extra vision. Crucial for keeping yourself safe. There's a lumber camp for Yo that he hasn't had yet. And both players will be up to the castle age. A few seconds faster for Barles. And I think that means Barles will get the forward castle position. Yo knows that Barles might want that castle, so he's going to go for a tower. Barles cannot rush down that tower, and we have a pause. Why do we have a pause? We have a pause from Yo. He says, sorry, lag.
Yes.
And he just wants the chance to enjoy that tower, I'm sure. We'll have fishing lines for Barles. Double backs and castle age fine for Yo too.
何种命令？
喂，准备就绪。
什么？准备就绪。什么？
And, well, this will disrupt Barles' ability to get stone for the castle. Remember, Spanish build the castle faster. So if Yo even just has a split second, if he places the foundation first, he should be able to get the castle up as the Spanish. Problem might be surrounding it with vills? I think there's only 4 tiles between the tower and the berries. As Barles resorts to the market for stone, and Yo, knowing that Barles wants a castle right here, will do the gate to keep the castle off of his face. And Barles might struggle to do a similar gate thanks to the presence of that tower. So Yo knows exactly what he's doing. Barles will resort to the castle, and Yo will do his own castle too. As the Spanish, Yo should be able to make up for the difference in timing. 9 vills versus 10. Yo has to be careful that some of the vills might be under Barles' TC, but Barles not going to garrison the TC because he wants all the vills on the castle. And Yo, can he catch up as the Spanish? It's making it closer. And not a single vill. Oh, a single vill going to be killed. And now Conquistadors for Yo, not going for petards. Barles is going for petards. Okay, so it's petards versus conks. Situation where you have to be careful if you trickle the petards, along with the rams, then the castle can be repaired a bit. Here, the problem with repairs, though, is that vills behind the castle can be hit, since the castles are close enough. Yeah, a neighborly dispute. And now Yo with Conks wants to run around the side. And, oh my gosh, this is wide open for Barles. Barles, does he have vision of the Conks? He doesn't now. Yo could go for the workshop and a defensive mangonel if he wants, but 2 Conks getting in on the wood line, finding 1 weak vill. Ooh, tried to hit the second weak vill. Barles manages to run in time, though. It's a second ram for Barles. More conquistadors for Yo, so he's not worried about keeping the castle up. He just wants to get more conquistadors. He's getting the conk numbers up. Has to be careful that they don't die to the castle fire, though. Loses 1. And the vills will stand inside of Murderhole's range to repair. What Yo could do with the conks is put them within Murderhole's range of the 2 castles, but actually going behind the castle to grab the spot that's not inside of the TC's range will be hard. There go the petards from Barles, as Yo's castle is going down. And once the castle goes down, Barles can add Chuko news. The conquistadors in the back still raiding from Yo as they run into the TC. Yo not realizing they're under the TC, and he doesn't pull them back, loses 1. That's 2 conks he's lost somewhat needlessly, and he's left with but 4. He has stone, though. He could try to go around the back for another castle drop. Oh, here, also on the water, 7 fishing ships to 16. Barles has greatly expanded his fishing eco. Not really fighting. Barles does have 4 hulks. Looks like Yo had to garrison, but Yo's still on only 1 dock. This is actually looking pretty good for Barles. We'll have another TC for Yo, and Barles is up by 2k res collected. When I said TC, I meant castle from Yo. No, Yo should be, yes. Looks like he had a plan. I think the plan was kind of on the fly when he saw how close they were. Now, the question for Yo is, does he need a TC? He might just go 0 TC gaming for a bit. Try to get more conquistadors. Hope that Barles can't deal with them. Yo losing a dock as Barles adds another. There's finally a TC from Yo. They still do missionaries to pick up relics. Missionaries take relics now, it scares me. Missionaries taking relics is something I'm not used to. Not at all. Another archer armor for Yo. And Holtz will take out the dock. Barles will keep docking around the outside for more fish access. I think that comes in before the workshop's rammed down. Another archer armor. We'll see if it finishes. Yeah, that should finish. Here comes some Chuko news. Ballistics and fletching on the way. Give them bodkin, then maybe they work against the conks. They combo with monks. Sonic Knights should pick up relics and be created from the monastery too. I mean, you'd think they'd be strong enough to carry a relic at least. Yo will lose his market, we'll need to rebuild that. And this is looking good for Barles. Maybe Barles actually did realize the Chinese might just be the strongest civ on Nomad. In the 9-bill start. I mean, Yo did a lot of things well. But couldn't disrupt the eco from Barles enough, and Barles was able to go for that petard push. With the rams. With keeping the fish alive. And getting the best of all worlds he could. And more towers covering, ooh. It's nasty. It covers 4 farms. If it can shoot this one, then covers 5. It'll force the conks forward. And with ballistics, the true canoes will try to deal with them. They'll deal with the missionary first. Guard tower now from Barles as he'll try to force this one up underneath the conquistadors. It's a lot of vills that he'll lose going for it, though.
喂，什么？
But does get it up. And it will be a tremendously aggressive tower. As Yo falling back, but now it's 77 to 44 eco population, 24 fishing ships for Barles. So, some extra TCs for both players. But Yo has to go for a big migration just to get out of that TC. Big migration of all those vills. Ram's going to push this TC, and the conks come forward to pick off two canoes. Two canoes going down to the conks, and that tower won't go up for the moment. But the vills fighting the rams are within tower range. Gill nets for Barles doing the upgrade.
何种命令？
As the TC goes down. And we'll have another TC on the side for Barles.
Monday?
Some conks will hang out on the side. And another tower, another chance for conks to kill vills.
什么？
But the vill difference is only increasing. Oh, the ram! To save the vills from the conks. The ram taxi. Another TC from Barles.
Presto.
Mande?
Presta.
Sí.
准备就绪，准备就绪。
Presto.
Two canoes shooting at the missionary with ballistics that'll go down. And Yo finding ways to hang on, but Barles should be way too far ahead. There's even another castle attempt from Yo. With all of the fish Barles, look at that fishing eco. Even if they are inefficient, that's still crazy good. All Teutonic Knights become relics. I'm sure a team of Teutons, Aztecs, Burgundians, and Lithuanians would love that.
何种命令？
But then you'd have to sacrifice the monk bonus, though. Or the conversion resistance bonus, I should say. The anti-monk team bonus. It was a very strong team bonus by itself.
准备就绪，何种命令？
A fort castle again from Yo. Any eco is good eco. 110 to 53. Eco pop difference though. There's no way Yo does this. There's just no way.
Servidor. Monday?
And Phil's on the side, going down to Chuko News. So Yo even being raided here.
Servidora.
什么？
Phil's down. Yo way.
命令。
More TCs from Barles, seeing he has the map control. Yo wants to ram down a dock. Barles has all the map in the world he can to run the fishing ships away.
Monday? Sí?
Yeah, this one will be absolutely crazy. Yo is entering the ACCM territory now. You can see the extra TCs from Barles. Barles up to Imp. Wonder if it'll be an Imp GG. His boat's running.
Presto.
He won't resign with 20 conks. What does he have, 17?
Presto.
As long as he has 17 conks, he still has a dream.
准备就绪，
Yeah, I mean, he is up in Eco KD with all the conquers killing Vills. Now, ram push on Yo's castle. This would end the conch production were the castle to go down, and I don't see a way for it to stay up. Yo doesn't have Vills to repair it. That's 5 rams. And that'll go down. Conquistadors will not be able to raid in the meantime. Nowhere for them really to get in. They'll try to be under a tower that's being rammed to stop Vills off of this TC.
何种命令？
Five rams.
什么？
Mande presto.
准备就绪。
Only 5. He calls the GG. Barles only needed 5. Didn't need 6 or 7 rams. And as Barles hits Imp, Yo calls GG. And we have a tied set 1-1 on our hands. Yes, hello, Beba Cakes. How are you doing? 48 to 41 KD for Yo. Barles, so much more res collected, though. Chinese economy OP on Nomad. Absolutely big for Barles in that situation, Spanish on a Nomad map. So we'll win Murkwood. And if Yo goes Basmo, then I worry about the map being broken. To check that the map authors and everything are correct. No, it will be Immersion. It will be Immersion next. Alright. Let me take a quick break myself between these games to run to the bathroom. And we get Immersion next. Alright, and we're just about set to go on Immersion. And here we go. Immersion. Map by the Mad Catter. Welcoming we'll have Barles as the blue woo to the north, against Yo as the red Lithuanians to the south. We had changed out the middle, removed one of the lakes, added some berries and a few oysters there. A bit of cracked terrain just to make it look like a dried up little pond. I think it turned out okay. Looks cute to me. I'd also rebalanced the wood lines quite a bit to try to make them more fair. Get the rhinos into better positions to lure so players don't complain about them being behind wood lines. Oh, is Yo gonna go for the double deer push? Oh no, he's gonna single deer push only. I got my hopes up there for a second for the double deer push. Saw T90 doing that in all of his sets. We see around the outside of the map, I cleaned this up a bit. There used to be little bits of beach that would stick out to the side and you can actually dock block against the edge of the map. So we tried to clean that up a bit. Make the fish a bit more consistent. Hart had posted about how the fish were a bit inconsistent, so I tried to avoid long stretches of coastline without fish. I like the simulation breaks if someone doesn't mention beating Spanish on Nomad. Well, someone did mention beating Spanish on Nomad, so Moriarty can keep adventuring in his shuttlecraft on the little box on Barkley's desk. Nothing broken there. And Rhino lured in from Yo. Is that a reference people will understand? Am I too old now for that reference for people to understand? Will I be too old tomorrow? Oysters are better than whales, says Bozzy. I would not want to put a whale here. Yo and Latis is a better love story than Yo and Conks. What about Vivienne Coustoulier? What about that as a love story? Oh, yeah, that's true. Yo, as the Lithuanians, does like to go... Oh, I have the players reversed. Chat, why didn't you tell me I have them reversed? Why did my scoreboard not save when I clicked save? I caught it myself, but yeah, Yo is the Lithuanians. I was like, he's got him on the wrong side. I have him on the wrong side. Oh, what about any player in Fire Archers, though? As I've heard that Fire Archers are awful, and then I've seen them single-handedly win several games, but maybe that's just Coast Arena. So for this map, we were worried about the new water balance and garrisoning fishing ships inside of docks. We were kind of worried we might have a situation, say, one dock here, you garrison fishing ships, and there's no more option for land aggression because this entire area then would be towered off by docks. But by keeping this open, it keeps the middle of the map open, and Yo can do stuff like this, sending 4 vills forward. So Yo does have a couple of forward golds. Has a more back stone. His vills are gonna go forward to take Barles' main gold. There are no whales in the water, no oysters in the water, just oysters in the middle. So you can take the oysters with the vills. And the scout is here from Yo, 35 seconds from Feudal. Barles is staying Dark Age. Why does Barles have 24 vills in the Dark Age? Does Barles want a fast castle? Barles is blissfully unaware of that barracks. What's going on here? Yeah, that hill is beautiful for anything Yo wants to do. Archers. Let's get archers behind the gold. then tower behind the wood line for Yo. As Barles a long distance mine. 1 stone. Okay, and bring the Ville back. We've got 1 stone. We get feudal age for Barles now. Yeah, 1 stone was interesting. A little bit of damage on the scout. Barles still doesn't see this. How does Barles not see this? So skirms for y'all. Skirms instead of archers. If those were archers, we might be killing Vills now. Archers and wait for fletching. But tower plus skirms. Yo also fishing on the outside. At least he just wants the faster moving Lithuanian skirms, and spears will play this Byzantine style with the forward. Oh, that tower is on the wood and the gold, just perfect. Good thing for Barles, though, I did balance the wood line, so he has another wood he can go to. He'll have men-at-arms on the way. 3 militia to turn into men-at-arms. By the time they're out, maybe Yo has 4 or 5 skirms to deal with them. How many skirms do you need to deal with 3 men-at-arms? Might not be at the numbers yet, but might be getting close to it. Skirm is fighting the men-at-arms. 1 skirm. Okay, I think you might need more than 1 skirm to deal with 3 men-at-arms. Is there a tactic to stonewall the gold and stone? You can. Honestly, wouldn't be the worst to see a couple stone tiles there from Yo. Barles investing fully into more men-at-arms. Yo fighting with Vills, fighting with skirms. Barles losing some HP here and there, but 5 men-at-arms now. Remember, the Wu men-at-arms will heal, so if they're not killed fully, they will regenerate their HP over time. I think Barles just needs to boom now. He does have enough food, he's close to fast castling. On the water, no warships from Yo, so Barles is freely fish booming. 7 to now 13 fishing ships. As men-at-arms come forward to chase the skirms. There's a blacksmith from Yo. And fletching on the way for Yo too, as skirms try to hit the men-at-arms. So, fishing lines for Yo. And forward outpost. So Barles up by quite a few fishing ships. 10 now for Yo. But despite the forward, actually down by 900 res collected simply because of the fishing for Barles. And Barles up to the castle age. It feels like maybe 2 games in a row, Barles is out fishing Yo. Ooh, that's gonna be another Vill down. Yes, 2 Vills killed from Barles. Total is 6-0 eco KD in favor of Barles as he's pulling even farther ahead in res collected. Skirm's hitting the men-at-arms. So Barles probably unable to do more men-at-arms damage. don't think he'll do long swords. If he does, I mean, maybe he will actually. He had double barracks. That's probably for a Gen swordsman, though. Oh my gosh, he actually is doing a long swordsman. He's going triple barracks long swords? Oh my gosh, triple barracks long swords. Let's go. He sees how forward the golds are. I mean, Yo does have 2 very nice back golds in the back of his map. They're kind of far from the TC. And he has scouted both of them. So he knows he has extra golds. The stone might be a bit of a problem, even though it is kind of towards the back. Yo did what he could to take advantage of Barles' front gold, but Barles did have a back gold he was able to get to. Faster skirms are very clutch for dealing with swordsmen, as they are indeed faster than the swordsmen until squires comes in. I think the Lithuanian bonus is the same as squires here, 10%. And 10% is exactly what squires does. So instead of long swordsmen being faster, they'll be just the same speed as the skirms. So they won't be able to run them down as easily. Meanwhile, forward, there's a TC from Barles. The TC will be in range of hitting the tower. And that means if Barles wants to, he can garrison the TC and then take down the tower and give himself more woodline access. As the longswords keep pushing in from Barles, he does have arson, maybe needs some attack upgrades, but he's ready to push the mining camp and the houses. There's a good number of longswords. Oh, I'm sorry for the ad, I should have dismissed that. Sorry, I didn't keep my eye on that, like I should have. The ram forward for Barles, Vils will repair the house. And Yo trying to go for a castle, so Yo and Leichai, can Leichai bring this back? As Yo would love to get conversions, doesn't have any relics himself. I mean, he does have probably 2, if not 3 relics he should be able to grab. But now he has to abandon the gold and maybe run to one of those back far away golds. And as Bloodlines comes in from Yo, he wants to do husbandry and continue upgrading and training Leichai now. There's a mining camp forward for Yo. A few farms for Barles in the back. Longswords attacking the mining camp, skirms attacking the longswords, knights come, and the latest come forward. Can Yo clean this up? I've seen Yo have crazy comebacks with unique units. This might be one of them. That's a lot of dead longswordsmen. Second latest out, and Yo might just be doing this. Getting 2 relics on the way. 7 relics on the map, so Lithuanians easier time getting at least 4. There's horse collar for Barles. Right now, Barles with only longswords. I don't think he has a way to fight this. Yo can get 5 or 6 Leichai, and he has 4 right now. He's gonna be in a great spot. He's healing him up with the monk. Just needs a couple more. It's only 8 longswordsmen between those 2 rams. And with a knight or 2, he might fight, especially with monk conversions. Pikemen for Barles. And Yo might actually still pull this off. Needs to avoid being converted. Did get converted. Tries to convert back. And the longsword's going down. Longsword converted. At the front, that tower's still up for Yo. Barles didn't want to spend idle time clearing it. Have some back gold too. House up for Barles. Yo, fishing ships on the pond on the right, without a dock though. Second TC for Yo compared to 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs for Barles, adding in a university. What will the university be for, though? Not going to help out against triple barracks longswords. Probably not going to go for a ballistics unit soon. Certainly not an imp uptiming building given his eco.
何种命令？喂，
Knights will pick off a monk. Monk will be behind a wood line, so the... Did I say knights? I meant Lichai. Lichai will have to run away.
什么？何种命令？什么？
And devotion now for Yo.
何种命令？准备就绪。什么？
And as can the longswords take the tower? Yes, they can. So that'll clean the forward. So now we have longsword versus the unique unit. Barles has a huge eco lead. That's 69 to 46 vills. 11 15 fishing ships. It is attacking the house. More TCs from Yo. University for tower. That's true. He could go guard tower. Or he could go guard tower. There's one relic here, 3 to 3. It's on Barles' side of the map.
何种命令？
Does Yo see it? Yes, he does. Does Barles see it? Yes, Barles does see it.
什么？喂，
准备就绪，
何种命令？准备就绪。喂，
何种命令？
准备就绪。何种命令？何种命令？
And castle now from Barles as some monks go down to the Lichai.
什么？
Bill's going to build it.
准备就绪。
And Yo won't try to deny it. He has a score lead, 26 to 8 military. The Wu fire archer is probably not useful against the Lithuanian cav, I wouldn't think.
什么？喂，准备就绪。
Scout to pick off the monk. Oh, there's one of the relics. That's actually in range of Yo with his workshop and the rams to grab. I think Yo couldn't see it. The relic? Well, wherever it is, it's not there now. Who grabbed it? 3 to 3. Yo grabbed it. Yo grabbed it. So he's going to have 4 relics as Lithuanians. Yo will have 4 relics as Lithuanians as he manages to get a monk out there to grab the final relic. So castle there. Unless you went, he couldn't see the castle. Defends a wood line. Doesn't defend much farming space. Barles wasn't farming around the TC. So just had a line of sight. So ballistics, bow saw, wheelbarrow, and fletching. All clicked for Barles. Have Hulk versus Hulk. Let's go in the bottom right. That's always fun. Oh no, this Hulk has the dock support with arrows. Then another TC for Yo. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs for him. Lichai attacking the house on the side. The trebuchets, it's Castle Age. Some skirms trying to pick off monks. Well, archers too, but they all go down to the fire archers. So Barles now with fire archers, still 116 to 84 eco pop. 14 to 17 fishing ships, no one really fighting on water, but 99 to 70 actual vills for Barles. 6,000 more res collected from Barles. There goes one of the monasteries. 6k res ahead, but 58 to 31 KD for Yo.
什么？
That counts for something. He's doing medium warships, as there'll be another castle in the back for Barles to make to try to defend. Yo might be able to tear down the dock a bit. And Bosar plus scale barding armor on the way for Yo as fire archers and longswords push in. Yo needs to make sure he has the right army mass before fighting. Defensive castle from... Oh, can the fire archers hit the foundation? Can they hit the foundation? Ooh. Could that have been one-shot by a volley from the fire archers? Oh, that's something we're going to need to check. Can fire archers one-shot foundations so they hit them right at the start, just like mangonels? Good volley of them? Maybe. Ooh, I wish Barles would just right-click that foundation. Barles, he's up to imp. Say he wants a castle himself. He's taking the oysters in the middle. Latest getting in the fight. Castle goes up for Yo, and with the castle and the both the mangonel just misses. Mangonel just misses everything. That goes down. I was like, oh, the mangonel's gonna clear the fires, but no, it just misses. Mining camp for Yo. Hello, Sovereign. So Yo, not up to imp himself. Oh, just about to click. Now he's gonna have double castle latest production. He does have 4 relics, and 4 relics as the Lithuanians is so scary. Still needs attack upgrades. We'll be adding in more ranges. And a university, probably gonna go skirm. Yeah, skirm makes sense against the fire archers. Barles pulling ahead and score. And now Barles just hoovering around in the back. Yo is open, but has some late check coming over and might be able to clean this army. Might be able to clean this. I'm gonna go first for the pikes. Barles will soon be 10k res ahead. Still down by a KD of about 30. Yo pulls this back from the fight for some reason. But 1 latest remaining. Should be able to clean this all. Look at how strong that is, ignoring all the armor. Guess there's no armor to ignore. Like, just look at how strong it is. With all the attack. 18 attack total. On the water, Barles still has 15 fishing ships, but where are they? Mostly, I think, some in the inner pond. And then over here, Imperial Age for Yo. Ballistics gill nets on the way for Yo 2. And he has some Warhulks cleaning fires. We'll have Sitting Tiger. What is Sitting Tiger? Traction Trebs and Lutruan Trebuchets fire additional projectiles. Elves fighting Vils, pushing the Vils back. And Leather Archer armor for Yo. More Lechai, get a mast. That is a lot of them. And if they have all the relics, maybe you could even take fights against halves, although they might want elite. Go up to Imp. Chemistry, Leather Archer armor. He could do hand cannoneers to deal with halves. Traction Treb's not that good against buildings. You need quite a few of them. I'd say maybe even more than 4 or 5. You can take a guess at what number you'd need. Barles now more than 10k res ahead. Can Yo still do this? He's gotten to 127 Vils himself. He's down by 50 pop. Yeah, I don't think he wants to fight that many halbs just yet. Guard Tower Bracer for Barles. Barles is actually in the back with some halbs. Hills will have to run to the TC, but there are skirms to try to fight that and clean it up. Blacksmith is forward for Yo. He should finish Ring Archer armor, right? Just some halbs attacking it. This is that range still. The main fight in the middle. Scrub's attacking the Traction Trap. Actually, he won't finish the final Archer upgrade. The Blacksmith will go down. Hills... getting hit by the halbs. But the Traction Treb going down to... and a monk to the Lechai. Into the defensive Treb. Repair is coming in on that Treb. Halbs too much for it though? Yes they are. Treb goes down. Also doing some work here against the Lechai. Or getting cleaned up. And a Lutron. Let's go Lutron for Barles. I need like 10 plus of those traction trebs to take the castle. I like turtles. 69 says 6 to 7. I think 10 plus is a good number. Let's say 10 plus. And Cannoneers now for Yo. And what does Barles do now? So that's another relic to be picked up. That's going to be a 5th relic for Yo, maybe? Oh, he drops it behind the hand Cannoneers. Lutrons for both of them. Let's go. Converted Lutron. I haven't seen Lutron versus Lutron before. So hand Cannoneers should die, or should kill the Halbs. And Lechai running to take out traction trebs. And the Racer for Yo. Castle on the right for Barles as Halbs take out some Vills. Halbs in the barracks. Oh, some Treb Rock shower down upon the knight. Racer now Ring Archer armor for Yo. Barles trying to take map control of the stone, going for Elite Fire Archer. An Elite Fire Archer now for pushing castles. How many does he actually have? Just 2 right now. And Yo eventually is going to have to swap from hand cannoneer to skirm, I think. I'm trying to go late to skirm. Remember, in imp, you lack blast furnace. So right now it's only +1. And the Lechai are not even elite. And Halbs being taken by the hand cannoneers. Castle takes out some Halbs. Takes out Halbs on both sides. Bard Cannon comes forward as Yo keeps killing with the Lechai. And Yo still, he doesn't have the map control, but he still might be able to do this. He's at 156 pop, we can only get more resources spent. Maybe needs more production facilities. I'm sure he'd love to have this stone for another castle or 2. Yeah, I do still think Yo's composition might be better, but harder to sustain. The thing is that it doesn't cost any wood other than the cannon, just Lechai and hand cannoneer. And monk. So if he saves the gold for siege, could maybe... Or if he saves the wood for siege, could maybe last a long time in terms of the wood on the map. Does it feel like Yo is slowly pushing the middle, but also being crept on the sides as we have a forward dock and a Lutron from Barles? Cannon going for the barracks. Plate barding armor from Yo. Plate barding armor. Ooh. Oh, nice shot. Wait, traction trebs with all those projectiles with Sitting Tiger. Actually, that's hard to dodge for the cannon. Oh, hey, that feels sick for taking out Bombard Cannon. Yeah. I mean, I think it's the Sitting Tiger that's making them shred the cannon. Because otherwise, you can play dodgeball a bit. Yo down 1,500 score. Can he push this again? Did Barles qualify for Brazil? No, he did not. He lost to Sorokuma. Yeah. The destruction of that barrel was not enough to save him. And Cannoneers get kind of wrecked by the fire archers. They'll try to save the Treb, but the Treb is on fire and goes down.
准备就绪，何种命令？
HI killing Halbs.
准备就绪，
And a couple of mines on the side. Starting to run out maybe for Barles. Neutron on the pond is so devastating for map control. Pushing Yo away, and maybe Yo gonna start running out of momentum. He's got 26 vills on gold. But how much longer can he actually keep up the spam and raid? I think Barles needs to worry about wood control in the west now. Maybe both players do, but the Neutrons on the pond will be great for him. And Hand Cannoneer is still here for Yo, as Yo has gotten the pop about even in the military, just about even. Lewis 3-1 over Louis? That did not happen.
准备就绪。什么？
As far as I'm aware, that has never happened. And Yo finally overtook Pop. Well, he falls right back down. Yo is spending his resources. And tower shields. Now, what's that? It's extra armor for the skirms. Yep, spear and skirms plus 2 pierce armor. Well, that'll help out here against the... never mind, there are no... is the traction ship pierce armor? Oh, or pierce attack, that's melee. Never mind, that'll just help against the castles then. Oh, you mean tomorrow, okay. I thought you meant to qualify for the land. I was like, that's not the set we had. Eric's down, and Cannoneer's still killing some champions.
何种命令？
This isn't a crazy game for Yo to hold on like this, but Barles wants another forward castle, wants more wood control, and he wants to raid with Jin, swordsmen, and champions in the middle of Yo's economy. Yo trying to take that back gold as the Halb pushes the Vills. Barles keeps encroaching with another castle. Doesn't want to castle the middle, because that's where the Trebs are from Yo. There's, let's see, Yo has remembered there is gold. And the oysters. And, ooh, and Cannoneers dodge the traction Treb there. And over 20k res collected in favor of Barles, but 100 KD advantage
准备就绪。
for Yo.
什么？
Champions killing Vills, but Yo down to 85 eco population. That's 85 Vills, no more fishing ships. And soon, production should be hard to sustain for Yo. Yet eco KD, 136 to 35. Barles has been raiding and raiding very effectively. So a husbandry for Barles.
何种命令？
What units does he have for husbandry? Just preparing now, maybe. I think Yo might be running out of steam, and it's actually wood he's running out of first. He's chopped off his forest, and he doesn't have much wood control left. He has 116 wood. He needs to make a lumber camp before he runs out of wood. Otherwise, he'll have to buy from the market, which at least still is standing for him. And the middle, it's not like Gold Rush where you can hold the middle. I mean, there's, what, 1,500 gold left. That's not going to last long.
何种命令？准备就绪。
And architecture now for Barles. Did he tech into champion? There's probably wanting maybe to deal with some skirms. He needs to try to go to the left side. That's the best option. There's just a barracks there, but there's still a Lutron in the pond. Here it's a castle he'd have to get through. If not two. Barles has so much more wood control now. Yo on 122 pop. And Barles comes raiding with hussars. Raiding with hussars to kill some vills on the wood line. Some leche there for Yo. He was down really far when Barles outfished him early on. Has been trying to come back with the unique unit. And has an amazing KD, but won't have enough resources collected. Won't have the wood in the map control that Barles has. As he tries to treb a castle. 146 to 75 vills, 118 pop total for Yo. Barles still simply needs enough traction trebs to push one of these castles. And oh, there's a doubt TC from Yo. The hussars find it with a raid. Yo really wants to secure this wood, but will not get the TC up. Also, we'll fight the Lecha and probably lose the hussars, so he has to run doing armor for the hussars. And also medium warships. Things that won't go up this TC. Hussars in the back, taking out ducks, dying to TC fire. And this TC definitely won't go up as the traction trebs push. And yo, holding on for dear life. I mean, it's only 3k score. It's not 5k yet. It is not the ACCM score territory. But maybe he's got a bit of life if he can push out on the right side. But as he pushes and brings the army forward, Barles strikes the wood line where he knows that Yo wants to go with his light cav. And Trib going for the castle on the right, but everywhere in Yo's eco, he's down to 66 vil. There are blue dots, there are raids. The castle at the front, finally enough traction trebs, 5 of them as the castle crumbles. Yo down to 1 castle for latest production. He's got 64 vils, 124 pop. 34 hand cannoneers protecting these trebs. And the champion seems to be working at least. Yo using the market, Barles buying stone for repairing, trying to get the traction treb to hit these trebs. Let's see what the traction treb can do, and if Yo pays attention. I think they're pretty good against trebs since they can dodge, and themselves have a super long range. This castle desperately being repaired by Barles. If Yo gets the castle, then he gets more wood access. Barles pushing the front still. It's so hard to push with traction trebs. They are so annoying. Even with Sitting Tiger. Range is going down. It's still latest hand cannoneer for Yo. But he'd love to have this composition with more units and with 30 more vills. Maybe even 40 more vills. Closer to 120. Monks want conversions. Traction trebs taking out hand cannoneers as they fight the halbs. Another big push from Barles. Hand cannoneers going down. Lechi are so strong. Finally broken by the halbs and pushed back. And now this last castle for Yo. Barles can besiege it. He's pulling back though. Wants to make sure the halbs are in position to defend the traction trebs. Cannoneers going down to the trebs. Crazy defense. Yo's a hard player to kill. But it's also, I think in part due to the traction trebs. There's a GG from Yo, and Barles will go up 2-1. Barles with the lead on Yo. 600 kills for Yo. But you can see he consistently was behind in eco, behind in military unit count. And as much as he took good fights, he even briefly took a military count lead. Never could deal the killing blow. Alright. So Barles now, looking to pull what would be considered an upset. Yo is the higher seed. Coffin, that is spelled correctly. Coffin. And Yo will lose Immersion. If we can see Basmo next, that'd be a great clown map. That was Woo over Lithuanians there at the end of the draft. Alright, so I will be back in a moment and we'll play one more ad between the next game. Alright. Symbols on the maps. Did I get the maps right? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. So, let me check. We should have Basmo as the next map. And here we are, Saracens, Bengalis on Basmo. I can explain. In this POV for wins and losses, the player who picked the map. The left is Yo's home maps. He lost on Immersion, which was his home map. The right are Barles' home maps. He won on Murkwood, which was his home map. The first map is neutral. That's just a check to indicate it was played, and it has a 1 to indicate Yo won it. There, I failed to download match content. DE. No, don't fail to download match content. Why did we fail to download match content? Hop into the game. Load the game. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. DE took a moment to decide it wanted to load in. Alright, so Barles has been blue, Yo red. And here we are. Sorry about that. We'll miss the beginning, but it's a clown map. So this, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and a neutral gold. JBR said this looked balanced to him. I'll take his word for it. It's not play all. Nope, best of 5, best of 5. So if Barles wins this, then the set's over. And it's a GSL format, if I believe, unless I'm chat. You can correct me if I'm completely wrong about this, but I believe this year it's a GSL format. So it's the first round is top seed versus bottom seed, second versus third, and then the second round will be winners and losers. And then the winner advances, the loser drops out. And the final round will be a decider between the loser of the winner and the winner of the loser. Double Elam. That basically, yeah, double Elam. They're not crossing groups though, right? It's all in one group. It's just a 4-player GSL, not the 8-player GSL. The other way to do it is there's a potential to have a rematch in the decider. You can cross the deciders over between 2 groups so you don't have a rematch. Also, Twitch is playing an ad. Apologies, I think it'll be a 30-second ad. So, Tower Rush here. Tower Rush, I'm looking at a deer push, and we have a Tower Rush. As we have a Tower Rush from Yo, pushing in on Barles' lumber camp area. Tower will be right outside the ice. Only 1 gate for Yo. I really wanted the map to have 2 gates, but that doesn't always happen. So maybe something I can adjust in the future. But forward archer for Yo, so he's going to do the Vinch-style trush to put archers in the tower. And we're on Grubby. Is that the key? Is that how we finally get Hera to lose an S-tier event? We have Grubby make Hera play Warcraft? And Scout losing HP from Barles. Yo's starting to lose the tower. And is he going to repair it? Yeah, he can repair that.
Hi.
And the Scouts go down for both players.
Hey.
As long as Yo can keep repairing, he'll be okay, but needs to repair and then get archers into the tower. Has to garrison the weak vills, does so successfully. I don't know, I feel like Hera's still motivated. I don't think he's in the demotivated phase of life yet. There's a house from Yo. And another house from Yo, just following up after the Trush. So this map, your stone is protected, but also isolated from your main base. It's the only stone on the map, so if you get pushed off of your stone, you get in a very rough spot. So there's Castle Age for Barles. He was born in 99, at the same age as AoE 2. So, what? Second tower from Yo, and doing it in a position where he's gonna fight the tower from Barles. Castle Age from Barles. And remember, this is Yo's home map, so maybe a bit interesting to see Yo picking the clown map as his home map. They're building forward. This will be the market. So forward market and blacksmith for Yo. As this tower still being threatened by the archers. And we'll have fletching for Yo. Oh, in the south, what is this? Barles chopping wood all the way down here. Well, I guess that makes up for the lumber camp maybe being involved in the tower fight. You don't have much wood in your starting base. Only a couple of straggler trees, so finding a nice little wood line in the bottom outside of the middle gives you a nice boost. Oop. And again, apologies for the ad on Twitch. I'll need to look into my settings, because I have Twitch set, it's 2 minutes of ads every 40 minutes. I don't like playing 2 consecutive minutes of ads. I feel like 90 seconds is the longest I should ever play an ad. But sometimes I need like the full 2 minutes to cover, or like the full 40 minutes to cover an entire game. And I feel like the 30-second occasional ad isn't too annoying, but I might try experimenting changing it to 90 seconds every 30 minutes to see if I can balance that. Anyway, TC in the south from Barles, right on his wood line. He's playing since 2015. I think Hera's played since before 2015. I think he's like 2013-ish. Which is giving me 3 minutes of ads. I hope it doesn't do that. Well, if you leave, you can leave for YouTube. Then it's the same thing, but no ads. And Sanctity. Sanctity now from Barles as Yo's up to the Castle Age. And if Yo's goal was ensure that he does not deal with Rothers in early Castle Age, he has succeeded. But he still has to deal with Bengali monks, and those are their own menace. Yeah, I could also play 2 minutes of ads between the sets and just kind of eliminate the problem. But I think that might... I still think 2 minutes is annoying for people. But those might just be my own tolerances. When did Hera's winning streak begin? It was after the Champions Invitational. Because when he did that, there were 5 players. It was Hera, Yo, Tato, Viper, Vinch, and maybe Leary? Who had won S tiers. Was it 4 or 5 players? I forget if Leary was there. Leary might have just finished second in all of them. And oh, okay. Normally I'd be worried about scouts getting in, but these are Bengali monks. They're not gonna die. Oh my gosh, is that a delete from Yo? The scouts got in, but they did nothing. So triple monastery from Barles. Double stable from Yo, he's doing forging and wants to go double stable scouts. But while this is going on, Barles has been mining stone with a TC on the stone, and he's getting ready for a castle on Rothas.
Amron? Mustad? Naam?
Yeah, 16 in a row. To be fair, though, I mean, Viper basically won everything since... I think he had lost to Tim in that Arabia tournament, and since then, basically won almost everything. Had a couple of slip-ups, but he was dominant for 10 years. We didn't have Wikipedia to call things S tier, A tier, so it's I don't think it's really a comparable environment. So husbandry and light cav and devotional for Yo, and he has to pull back. He can't fight those monks. Warlords will be an interesting one because they're having a few A tier events where Hera hasn't won. Because I know Hera likes to prepare a lot for events. And the one thing he didn't win was Wandering Warrior Cup, but I know that's one he didn't prepare at all for because he was traveling and had other things going on. And he lost to Nikov there, but that's a very weird map pool where you really needed to prepare. And I think you'd have a very different outcome there if you were in a S-tier environment as the light cav. Try to fight some monks. They get 3 kills there, but 3 conversions. So Barles still having fun with the Bengali monks. The two that stand out to me, though, were Medieval Masters, where he lost to Yo in the finals, which was a very similar format to Warlords. Where, yeah, there was a variety of maps, but a lot of them were standard. As Barles might be killing Yo's archers here. Yo doesn't have upgrades on the archers, is killed by the light cav, and Barles is going for a castle drop now to the right on Yo's stone area. I don't think Yo can stop this. I don't think he has enough light cav. Or maybe the castle goes right on his TC in the middle. Goes right in the middle of the map. And the other thing Hera lost was the Sax Arabia tournament, which was just Arabia and about as standard as you can get. And probably the closest he came to losing was King of the Desert, which again was as standard as you can get. So Warlords being kind of standard might maybe take away some of the preparation advantage he would have for some of the more difficult or varied or unique map sets. I love Barles bringing his A game. Oh, I love monks. Gotta love monks. But Bengali monks, to be fair, they have a crazy bonus with all their extra armor. Remember when the Slavs had that as a castle tech and no one researched it? Maybe we just didn't know how strong it was back then. Maybe we just didn't know how strong it was. Maybe we should have been researching it as the Slavs this whole time. Monks picking up the relics. And Barles is definitely a player who is familiar with the clown maps. That's why this map draft was... this map draft made no sense for me. We had Barles picking the Nomad map as his home map against Yo, when Yo had Spanish, and then winning it. And now we had Yo picking a closed map as his home map against Barles. Which, Barles is in a great position now, 73 to 56 vills. The tower rush did not work out. And a castle in the middle, as this stable will go down, that TC will be threatened. And I guess the only thing that hasn't been taken out from Yo is his own stone mine. But I think Barles is going to win this 3-1 over Yo. Barles playing great. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't think Yo picking a closed map as his home map. Not sure about the double castle. I think a castle could have been over here. I mean, he has outposts over there, but outpost rushing doesn't stop someone mining stone. A castle would. Hello, Lily. How you doing, Lily?
Hi.
أهلا. ألو. نعم.
أمر.
And then castle forward for Barles. 9 villas, that's where I wanted to see the castle. Sleepy? Same. I'm getting coffee. We're powering through it. I had to wake up early for that Onamaru interview this morning. That disrupted my sleep pattern. So Camel and a couple scouts getting in on these Rathas. Scouts going down. Monk wanting a conversion. I'll get a conversion. Yo is in a lot of trouble here. It's 84 to 67 Vils, ballistics, bodkin, upgrades for the Rathas. Rawr, hello, Baron. Good afternoon, Baron. I almost just said good morning to you. That's how out of sync my sleep is today. Barles now university in the south doing ballistics. He's got 3 castle Ratha production. And what does Yo do here? Just camels? Camels won't be able to fight under the castles at all. Not at all. Memluks? Ooh, I like that idea. But where does he castle then? Well, I guess he's Saracens. I guess he could buy a castle. He could buy his way up to Imp. But nope, he's buying a castle, and it will be Mamluks. Well, if there's one player who can play Unique Unit and come back, it is Yo. Is this the spot for a castle? I guess he wants to defend the stone to do more castles in the future. Of Barles' outposting. Barles up to Imp. So this castle will be tribbed. I don't think he can get enough Mamluks out from here. I was thinking the castle might be by this TC so that he could do Mamluks. I guess maybe in some sense this castle's being walled though actually protects it. Imperial Age for Barles. Yeah, Rathas are in the base game now, right? So Leary has them. He doesn't need the DLC. He has Imperial Age for Yo. If it's on the wall, can you jump your units over the wall? I think that's actually varied in different patches. I'm not sure. It might depend on which unit and how big the unit is if it spawns over the wall. I remember speedrun strats from campaigns. You could do a siege workshop next to a wall, and if the wall was north of it, hop rams over. I did that in Joan of Arc 3 in the pacifist video. I don't know the current state of that. Will spawn inside the castle fully walled? Usually, but it depends. Depends on the building and the unit. I don't know the current state. No. Well, how does that build dodge those arrows? For a second, it looked like there was no ballistics, but ballistics is in. An Imperial Age. I mean, Yo is up to Imp. He won't be that far behind, but it's going to be 3 castle trebs. And there's a GG from Yo as Barles will win. He will win the set 3-1. In a bit of an upset, Barles versus Yo, but Barles has been playing very well of late. And nice set from him. In particular, the game that stands out is that Murkwood game. Beating Yo on a Nomad map when Yo had Spanish. Yeah, so Yo's castle was never staying up. Didn't even have to get to Skakuza. And we'll just check that off. So that was Basmo lost by Yo. And Saracens losing to the Bengalis. Didn't even have to see Malay, and I guess Malay would have been Malay versus Goths for Skakuza? Yo didn't use Portuguese, which were his first pick. Why were Portuguese the first pick? And then he didn't use them. Did Yo just have a really bad draft there? I mean, it's not like he had bad civs for... I mean, he won Morass with Magyars of all civs. Not like Portuguese would have been bad for Inundation. He chose Lithuanians there instead. Maybe he should have gone Portuguese there. Did he think maybe One of Barles' civs would have countered Portuguese? He used his first pick as a ban? Maybe. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, you always question someone who loses a set and then doesn't use their first pick, and the last map clearly is not a map for their first pick. I mean, that's a map for the Goths? I mean, not that Portuguese would be a horrible civ for Skakuza, but they're not one of the Goths, Romans, maybe even Jurchens or Mongols that you think of as a super high pick for the map. Portuguese could be a Murkwood civ, but not when you also have Spanish in your draft. And Mongols were banned by Barles. Alright. Let's see, Mem didn't message me. Like I said, we might cast with him. He didn't know. He was waiting for someone else to get back to him to figure out what set we were gonna cast. Oh my gosh, we're getting so many Rage... I think we're over $9,000 for Rage Forest. We started at 5K, and we're going to do some matches and stuff to promote it, but we haven't even gotten to them yet. And I think we've gotten over 4,000 donations, over $1,000 of donations so far. Yeah, Mem is interviewing Barles, so we'll see if he messages me afterwards. So next we're going to have Mihai versus Viper. And I think Mem just co-casted with Tato. I think he said he was going to co-cast with Hera, but he was waiting for Hera to respond. So Mihai versus Viper will be next. Just swap over here. Maybe get an ad out of the way then while we have nothing to look at. And update this scoreboard. The 2 yellow pickers. Should we cast this set with both players in yellow? Viper versus Mihai. Both players in yellow makes sense, right? I think we probably do Mihai in blue and Viper in yellow. I hope this is live too and not Rex. I always have the warning, the worry about Viper's set that there'll be Rex. You can only see the players if they are both yellow. You have very special eyes. There we are. I even just grabbed the yellow Gatorade for this set. Let me see. Where is this ping? That was just JBR. Right. So while we're here, let's just give a shout out to Memb for hosting the event. I think he's interviewing Barles now. Go look at that map again. Just having a quick map discussion. Have your snacks ready? We can start now. We gotta wait. We gotta wait for the actual set to start. Gotta wait for the actual set to start. Clear out my save game folder of those previous recs. ID recs. Well, I back up all my recorded games, and I have 9,458 now. I take them out of the DE game folder because that makes the menu take longer to respond if it has to parse thousands of files. It doesn't incrementally display them. Same thing with the scenario editor. If you have a lot of scenarios, the menu takes a long time to load. UI Design 101. Make sure that your menu does not block while loading. That's what we teach our second semester CS students. Need AoE2 to follow that example. Throwing popcorn at the screen. Soon people will start throwing full wine bottles at their computer screens. Yeah, don't put background loading on the same thread as the UI. Hello, Hazai. How are you doing? How are you doing? 9,000. It is over 9,000, Noob Netrum. It is over 9,000. It's optimized for 640 by 480. Actually, I think the lowest resolution was 800 by 600 for AoE 2. AoE 1 went smaller. AoE 1 was smaller. I didn't have a 16 by 9 option then. Four by 3 still a great aspect ratio. It's great whenever you look at movies or TV shows and you see the full open map version without it being cropped to fit a specific resolution or aspect ratio. You can see all the little extra things that ended up in the shot. AoE 1's the day of 50 pop and hoplites. Yeah, a lot of improvements from AoE 1 to AoE 2. In AoE 1, the pop limit check was only done when you clicked the button to queue a unit. So you would build 10 barracks, be at 49 out of 50 pop, and then queue a legionary in all of the barracks, and then get up to 59 pop. So you could go over the pop limit. Oh, that was the trick. If you're playing the campaigns at least. Yep, AoE 2 I think checks both when you click and before you produce. Then Age of Mythology introduced queuing techs along with units, and hit the point where if the unit was at 99% and then you were housed so the unit couldn't produce, then it started researching a tech, and it wouldn't keep the techs locked behind units. Did they let you go over pop like that? I don't think they did. I don't think they did. The multi-unit population was something. I feel that no one liked the multi-unit population, or the multi-population units. Like the units that cost 5 pop space. It felt like in AOM, maybe just overall you were very restricted in the number of units you could make. That the pop limit looked bigger than it actually was. Or you can still make a 5 pop unit if you have 1 space left. Right. I think you can go over with Vittorias somehow in AoE 2. I forget exactly how that works though. $75 max pop in the campaigns. And that was brutal sometimes. Alright, so while we get the next set up, I don't see the drafts yet. Let me just see, what's my ad counter on Twitch? I'm keeping an eye on this so that we're not inundated too much with ads. Alright. I haven't seen the draft starting yet. Honestly, I still feel like if you really want to play the AoE 2 campaigns, playing them on the CD version with the user patch is still a better experience than DE. The voice acting just adds so much to them. Also the pathfinding. Oh man. So it just looks like Mem's on a break, so okay, I think he did manage to bring in Hera, so Hera finally responded. So after we have this, we're gonna have lots of USA Cup afterwards. Lots of USA Cup. We have, see, it's set at 21 GMT, so I think we'll fit in Cryptic versus Maesty before then. And 8 hours from now, we have a set. Again, I'm gonna say Puss in Boots versus T90. Also, Development versus Sunset. We have Great sets all night. Okay, God's Prisoner versus Ray at midnight. We're not gonna be up for that. Not gonna be up for that. Did T90 beat Tofu? No, we did not. Am I doing a 12-hour stream? I have no idea. Depends how long these games take. Is it a consolation? No, this is USA Cup. This is different than the thing he lost. That was TTLC. He's going to be heavily favored in the first round here. Alright, so while we're taking a break, I'll take a break too. Let's run to the bathroom real quick. And I'll be right back. Alright, still waiting to see drafts. Again, I don't know if this will be live or Rex. Let's see drafts. Maybe it is Rex. I don't see a post. I don't know what's going on. Should we go do a game of Minesweeper while we're waiting? So someone once suggested that we would play Minesweeper while we wait. I do see the Maesty versus Cryptic drafts. Let me grab them while I'm here. And a preview of the future. Of course, Misty would pick Arena and Migration. Two great maps, Arena and Arena of the Sea. I need to do quick wonder races to practice. Wonder race. So, what do we think, chat? Viper or Mihai? Okay, I think we should start drafting soon. Still waiting to find them. The downside of not being an admin for this tournament is not having access to the scheduling channels, so I don't have that heads up on what's going on internally. I don't know if we got to stall for time. Yes, this looks like Sato's co-casting today. So I think I'll probably co-cast on Sato's set tomorrow with Mem. What was Ornley doing a between games game? Should we do a Minesweeper? Twitch is even gonna play an ad soon because we haven't played an ad in a while. All right, shall we do this? Oh, this is gonna be super light mode though. Let me see if I can do this and not blind. Look at how bright this is blinding me with light. I turned a light mode Minesweeper on. Let me just do an ad, get it out of the way. And then incoming first click. I don't think you can first click a mine. Oh God, about to get flashbang. So flashbang warning. Here's Minesweeper. All right, so boom. Oh gosh, this is a horrible start because now anywhere I click, there might be a mine. Like that. The incoming first click mine. There you go, you cursed me. The first one I don't think ever can be a mine, but then afterwards, yeah. Let's try again. Oh, this is a much better opening. Alright, so now we gotta start checking stuff off. Let's see, that's 5 there, 1, 2, oh, wait a minute. Okay, that was horrible for me. Alright, let's pretend that didn't happen, there we go. I am flashbanged myself so much that I'm gonna misclick. There's 3, 4. Trying to talk about what I'm doing and I've misclicked. Like that. Get those mines out of the way. Let's open there. We'll see how long we go until we have to guess. There's a lot we can clear with this opening. Those two, it's clear. 3. 1, 2, 3. Nope, not that one. 4, 5. There. And this is what we've turned to now that we gotta wait for the drafts. See if there's ever a situation where we actually have to think. 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2. Alright. Getting all the easy stuff out of the way. So that one's next to 2, so one of those two, so that one has to be taken. There we go. About to get flashbang, so sorry for the flashbang. This is our waiting for the draft screen. 1, 2, 3, 4 there. One of those two, 4, one of those two, one of those two. So that one's open, it's next to 2. Did we clear everything that's free, essentially? So at most, one of those two can be taken. So one of those two has to be taken. So that one and one of those two. So that one's 3. 1, 2, same thing. There, 3. Lots of 3s. One of those two, that's next to 3. So there. 2, one of those two again, that's clear. 1, 2, 3, that's a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 1. 4, 3, 4, 3, 1, 1, 2. There we go, it's next to 1, so that one has to be clear. It's a 4, 2, 2, 2, 5 is there. 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. It's a 4, 4, 2, 1, 1. That's 1, 2. That's mostly taken. Okay. The one left over, the second 4 on the right is free because of the 2 2s. I think I'll probably click through that. If I ever don't read the chat right away. What do you think about the algorithm? In some ways, but I think that there also becomes a point where it's just probabilistic guessing. And you want to maximize the probability of winning the game when there are no more certain moves. Like here, it's 50-50 between one of those. And I don't even actually know how to reason between the probability of... I mean, you get to complex situations where one of those two is taken, one of those two is taken, and then one of those 3 is taken because of that 2. So I'm not sure how those probabilities interact. I'm just going to click through them. The same thing, one of those 2 and one of those 2. So what's the likelihood that it's that one versus those ones? I'm not sure. I probably could reason about that if I think about it. I don't think we have any more free clicks, though. 3 above the 5 is solvable. Let's see, so that's next to 2. This is next to 5. Top left with the 2 2s. Probably work something out here. That's when you start having to think about how multiple squares all interact with each other. So let's see. If this one is taken, then those 2 have to be free. Because that one can't be next to anything else. So this one would then not be possible because it could take that one, but one of those 2 have to be taken. So this one has to be free. Yeah. And then one of those 2 is taken and this one is taken. Because that one's next to 2 and one of those 2 is taken. Yeah, chat can help. Chat can help. So then this 3, that's next to 3, then that's a 2 and a 2. That's next, so that 2, one of those 2 is taken, that's next to 4, so that's there. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so all of those are taken. That's a 3, so next to 2, one of those 2 is taken, so that one's clear. And then, let's see. So that's next to 3, that's next to 3. So the possibilities are that one and that one are taken, or one of those 2 is taken. So I don't think we can solve that. This one, no matter what, is going to be a 50-50 guess. Yeah, that's a guaranteed 50-50. And is there anything else we can solve right now? This is, like I said, either those 2 or those 2. This here is 50-50 right now. Maybe we could use the 2s to adjust the probability. And then, yeah. That's a weird one. Let's see. We might be able to reason something with these two ones. So if that one is taken, those two are taken, and that one has to be... Or, so if this one is taken, those two are free, and that one has to be taken. Or one of those two is taken, this one is free, and that one has to be taken. Watching the drafts. Are the drafts starting? We'll lose this game, I think. There's a lot of guessing. So let's just think about this. So if the two... Either this one's taken or one of those two is taken. If this one is taken, neither of those are taken, so the one forces this one to be taken. If one of those two are taken, then this one is free, so the one then forces this one to be taken. So that's an opposite of whether this one's free or taken. I was hoping we could limit that one. This is then a big chain that's resolved once we pick one. I think it's better to guess here than to guess here or somewhere over here, because that'll let us make more progress. I don't see a safe option. But then you're trying to maximize the probability of what you get based on the number of mines you have left, too. On the bottom right is safe? Here? I don't think so. Because one of those two... 4 above helps. So one of these two was taken, right? But if this one is taken, so it could be those two. Or no, it couldn't. Maybe this is solvable. So if this one is taken, then this has to be free, so this has to be taken, and then the 2 is adjacent to it. If this one's free, then this one has to be taken. So then this one is free, and one of those 2 is taken. Yeah, so this is where any of them is possible. Maybe we just take a guess here. I think so. We want to guess either here or here. Let's just guess here, and we'll see if we get a bomb. We don't. That's next to 3, so that actually didn't help us because we don't know what's over there. All right, I'll leave that for now and see if guessing over here. So this is just a guess, and we're lucky there. So one of these 2 has to be taken. That one's free, and so one of those 2 is taken. So that's free there. Okay. We haven't really made too much progress, though. So again, one of these 2 or that one. 1, 2, 5. At some point, we need to also do that 50-50. So let's just see. 1, 2... So one of these 2 and one of these 2... has to be taken. So that's over here, accounting for 2 of the ones adjacent to the 3. So one of these 3 is taken. You can clear 3s off the left walls now by the 2? By the 2s? Oh yeah, actually. So this one is next to 2. So then the 2 adjacent to these have to be adjacent to this. So we can clear those 3. That's next to 1 now. And that's next to 2, so those 2 have to be taken. There we go. That actually clears it. There we go. And that gives us a lot of progress, actually. So 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's next to 3 and 2. 3 there. Clear. That's next to 1, and that clears this whole thing then. This is a 50-50 now. Can we actually... This is a guess here, right? This is, that's next to 1, that's next to 1, that's next to 1, that's next to 1. So I think that's a guess. And then that's a 3. That's there. 3, 2, 3, 3. And everything else now is just guesses, right? Everything else now is guesses. So this is 50-50, and this is... 2 of these are going to be... I think they're going to be diagonal. Yeah, so everything else left is guesses. So top or bottom, chat? Top or bottom? Let's guess this first. Tell me in the chat, top or bottom. Yeah, it's 2 50-50s. That's what we got. 25% chance of winning. Top. You failed us. Yeah, so I mean we got it down to guesses there. Because there were 3 mines left. Those were the 2 options. But I mean, we got it down to random chance. We did as well as we could have there. So anyway, let's see. Have they started the drafts yet? Finally, they have. They made a lobby. Ring Nomad will be first. Where's this ping? Yes, the note is still a map. Even deep fish on Ring Nomad. I'll have to fix that. And Ring Nomad will be our first map. We'll see about this. What civs do we think we'll have for Ring Nomad? Probably Dravidians, Italians. That was fun. I enjoy a good game of Minesweeper. So in the lobby, well, actually it's Dravidians, Koreans. Never mind, Dravidians, Koreans. And also Mihai picked Cyan, so we'll go yellow Cyan. And we are launching in right now. So get ready for Viper versus Mihai. Thank you all, everyone, for staying with us during the intermission. And we failed to download match content. First off, the heck did they name the lobby? They named it Burger and Coffee Enjoyers. What the? Burger and Coffee Enjoyers? Anyway. Let's load into this. Right, hold on, wait. This is the wrong scene. Yes, alright. Game is paused. No spec delay. They didn't have a spec delay on the lobby, so they're going to restart. That's why I was caught off guard. They didn't have a spec delay. Viper spent too much APM naming the lobby and did not provide a spectator delay. Yeah, the double yellow pickers. So Mihai picked Cyan, and they're gonna get back and rehost. Viper didn't have the APM to pick the spectator delay, it would seem. Yeah, quick 1-0 Mihai, right? That's Viper as the host. The thing is that Mihai doesn't actually have a way to see what the spectator delay of the lobby is. You would have to have Mihai would have to alt-tab to the spectator dashboard to check the delay. So that's one setting that the host has to make sure they get right. Because the other players in the lobby don't see it. Unfair. Well, Viper's getting yellow. Viper is getting yellow. And now they are launching again. And Dravidians, Koreans again to match up the Skirmisher. The Skirmisher civilizations. Viper has to delete one vill at the start for the mess up. Is that what we should put in the next edition of the handbook? It's so nice not needing to use that handbook though for Rage Forced. Ever since I had the screen replaced on my phone, the adaptive brightness setting is not working correctly. And it is way too dark. I've heard that's also a common issue with pixels. You like the background? I like it too. I need to make a new one though. This is kind of old at this point. And also, I don't like the blur effect. It's supposed to be there behind the menus, and it works if there's a lot of menus. But at times when there's no menu, I think it's kind of confusing. So maybe I darken it. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I think it needs just a bit of a touch up. Oh, the background of books are the backup of the gameplay on the... That's true. Everyone asks, are the books the green screen? No, they're actual real books. And okay, 25 seconds. books and wood. Everyone likes that too. Let me just do the 30-second ad that Twitch likes to run and get that out of the way. While we have a double spectator delay. Real books? What is that? That's something we had in the age before AI. I think it's something that is now lost to us. Alright, so Ring Nomad. Double check these fish. 8 to 9 with a marlin. Ooh, the marlin. There's a marlin there. They start with the marlin. I guess the fish numbers with which they start are random. Maybe that's something I need to touch up. You play AoE matches against books like a choose your own adventure. Anyway, so this map, oh, look at that gold down the hill. I tried to balance the wood lines if you saw my stream. So Viper has a wood line, Mihai has a wood line. Mihai gets the TC up slightly faster than does the Viper. Viper also has a dock, so he'll get extra pop space as the Dravidians won't need a house. And they'll start fishing the fish. Very nice for Mihai. The fish, okay for Viper. I mean, 3 tiles for the dock. Sure, it's not adjacent, but it's not that bad. Mihai also picks up a sheep with the transport. Because why not? We should add some cliffs and sawfish that can sink the ships. That was in, what was it, the Relics of Atheline, the first Grindelgard scenario. Yeah, the first Grindelgard scenario. You had to navigate your transport ship around the fish. And if you sailed over the leaping fish, your transport was destroyed. To get to the Relic of Earth. And you had to bring heroes to the island, so if your heroes were on the transport and it sunk, you were instantly dead. Oh man, those were the days. Yeah, so for this map, I also alternated some pine forest and oak forest, so we have some variation in the trees. That way it's just not the same thing repeatedly over and over and over. Used to be all just oak forest. I figured let's spruce it up a bit. Are there spruce trees in the game? It's a type of tree, right? You just have good old pine and oak. So second dock from Viper, he'll go for a fish boom. Dravidians and Koreans. I mean, it could be war wagons from Mihai. It could also be towers. And Dravidians, I mean, you get off to a good start with the docks and the housing space, and then the wood you'll get. But other than that, what do you do against Koreans other than skirms? It feels like this probably should just be a skirm war. Spruce is a pine? Okay, so then I have spruced up the map, literally, by adding pine trees. Yeah, the earmuff map. We need to get the, I need to get a sponsorship. I need to get my headphone sponsorship for this one, right? You should get the sponsor for Ring Nomad. And you should have the author there, good old Zetnus, one of his maps from the Warlords 4 map scripting contest. And a couple of small changes to it, but by and large the same thing. As we see here, the number of fish can differ slightly, so I'll add it to my list of things to touch up. I wonder if I need to keep the gold slightly farther away from the coastline. Is that gold on the beach? I don't think it is. I'll keep my eye on that, though. I don't like it when gold's directly on the beach tile. Doesn't really make a difference, though. So remember, you can garrison in the docks now, so it will be difficult to pressure the fish boom. And I've never seen someone do it, but usually you can go for the dock block on the shallows and do double docks to block it off. There's a house from Mihai. Maybe he could do it, though. There's a little tile of beach in the middle, so we could go across the beach. And loom for the Viper. Mihai up to the feudal age. And triple dock for Viper. Look at that fish boom. He's got 10 fishing ships. Viper is just pretending like he's playing Rage Forest here with a big pond. And we'll add in another dock. I guess this is Viper's way of preparing for Rage Forest. And we'll have a watchtower from Mihai. And Viper might see that because his sheep saw the palisades. And Viper gonna send a Vil to check it out, and he's gonna realize, oh no, I'm in the Dark Age, I can't react to the tower. And, well, what does he do now? The tower's there, can't do nothing about it. Can go here for wood, but then that would expose him to the archery range. You know what Viper could do, though? He could transport over here for wood. I guess that would have to be clandestine transport, though, because the archers can cross the shallows. Alright, so Mihai has the tower. And how much of the woodline does that hit? Everything without even having fletching. So, absolutely perfect tower location from Mihai. And Viper might have to get feudal and then throw down a counter tower immediately. Try to fight that. He wants the fast castle though. He's still going to go market and blacksmith. His gold is now pressured by archers, and he's going to put his tower on the gold rather than the wood line. He's going to lose a Vil. And if Mihai gets to the castle age, this tower becomes a guard tower. He is the Koreans. He beat Viper in TTL. He also beat him in the Sax Arabia tournament, I remember, years ago. At this point. Was that 1 year ago, 2 years ago? Whenever that was. And forward tower from Mihai. He continues the Trush. Maybe he does match up well against Viper. His Viper's up to the castle age. What did Dravidians do in the castle age, though? Is this just a siege discount minus 33% Kwang-like push? Because there are Hulks idling his docks, too. Not doing anything on the water. All that fishing eco he invested in now. 5 in the dock. Has to pop them in and out. Monk, I mean, Dravidians have awful monks, though. No redemption. No fervor. You have sanctity, but... yeah. I guess Koreans don't have the best monks, but monk siege usually... Koreans can stop with the guard tower. Mihai basically stops a monk siege push if he gets up to the castle age. And here Mihai going to camp the base of the tower with archers. We're losing some Vils, they're low on HP. Doing his own range, and he's gonna need to go Dravidian skirms. There are lots of Hulks in his fishing eco. This is where it's probably better for Mihai to add fires rather than more Hulks so he can push the docks better. But he'll take out fishing ships. That's 1 down, a 2nd down. Viper didn't garrison, 3rd down, 3 fishing ships down, and the Hulks can attack the dock now. Only 2 fishing ships inside of it, even if they're not in min-range. You do kind of want to move them into min-range, but... this feels great by Mihai, as he will do another tower of his own on Viper's gold. Is Viper completely dead here? I've never... oh my god. I mean, there's a player who can deal with this somehow, it's Viper. But he's gonna go Elephant Archer? Well, Mihai can just add skirms then. Elephant Archers won't have much in the way of upgrades at this point, and they'll be fighting under towers. And these 2 towers do defend each other, so Mihai can just garrison the towers and start adding skirms. Yeah, he'll add skirms. And he still has his own fishing eco. And maybe a mistake from Mihai was adding too many Hulks and not enough fishing ships, and that might delay his uptiming if he doesn't have enough food income. So, what's the only way Viper wins this is if the elephant archers can do tons of damage now. The Vils can't flee across the shallows with all those hulks. Viper has no wood access at all. 16 to 0 eco KD, and this is when I even balanced the map to have more equal wood. Viper guaranteed to have one wood line for himself. Yeah, maybe one extra spawn near Mihai, but this is not a horrible wood distribution at all. I mean, the one here that Viper also had access to is just cut off by a tower. So it comes up here for a lumber camp. It goes for a gate. And Viper just hoping elephant archers worked, I guess. Because Mihai wants another tower. And I mean, even if Viper had a second wood line, Mihai would have towered it anyway. Looking very bad for Viper. The hills all go down to the elephants. At least he has nowhere near the castle age. That's the only good thing for Viper, but his elephant archers are fighting skirms. Well, 18 to 4 KD now. HHGG says Viper, and Mihai in a very quick game number 1 takes the lead. What was that strat from Viper? Why was he so late to feudal? What did Dravidians do in that matchup anyway? I don't know. He must have been hoping to Huang siege push. I mean, you're against the Koreans. You're expecting a tower rush. So HHGG, that was very quick. That was very, very quick. So Ring Nomad won by Mihai. And Civs, it'll be the first pick Dravidians, too, losing. What's Viper doing? After all that waiting, he's gonna have to now pick one of his home maps. He has Immersion and Border Dispute against Crownwood and Kilimanjaro. All of them could be picked by Viper here, doesn't necessarily need to pick his own home maps. And Huns are Huns. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for reminding us of a universal truth. Hello, Red Fluffy. That Huns are indeed the Huns. Oh. I almost closed OBS because I meant to close another menu. There we are. Ring Nomad. Oh, it's not there. Let's let me make a note for myself. Balance fish numbers on Ring Nomad. And Immersion will be the next map. The Viper immediately picking to repeat a map. Immersion Viper now will be Burgundians, Mihai, Italians. Can there be any more of a Viper Civ pick than Dravidians, Burgundians? So do you think the Viper makes Cavaliers? I mean, there are no camels for Mihai. So I mean, could be maybe not that simple. Could be Generous Crossbowmen. The map where I expect Viper to go for a greedy fish boom. And Jurgen Krapotka, thank you very much for the follow. As we are climbing towards 16,000 followers, getting close to the wonderful number in which we pass 16,000 and try to get up to the next power of 2. It's in the follower goal beneath the stream. Oh, apparently, players are experiencing widespread multiplayer latency. Maybe it's AoE 4? They had to disable the Festival of Ages in AoE 4. Reading the AoE news. Alright, loading into Immersion. And here we are. Italians for Mihai. He'll be in the Cyan to the north. Against Burgundians for Viper to the south. Why Burgundians? Because they get their fishing upgrades early. And also their wood upgrades early. All the eco upgrades cheap and early, so you can go and chop your wood. And we'll have a deer pushed in from a Viper. In terms of Elo, Mihai 2547 now, Viper 2630. Just double check YouTube. How's everyone doing on YouTube? Are we holding up there? Yeah, the Warlord still seems to get very good YouTube viewer numbers.
Bonjour.
Let me just double check what the timing is for USA Cup still. On the schedule. I gotta figure out when I'm gonna cast Maesty Cryptic. I kinda do want to take a break in between, so maybe I just take a quick nap and then cast Maesty Cryptic at the end of the day. I'll split the stream in two. So deer push. Ooh, Viper. Slaughtering the deer with TC arrows. Show no mercy to that deer. You don't have to shoot it that many times. Oh, doesn't want to leave the Vills idle, I guess.
Bonjour.
How does he hunt his boar now? It's all of them. Oh, that felt kind of messy and wasteful. No, it doesn't feel like the cleanest TC management for Viper, but he also has a dock now towards the corner. And we'll have double bit axe for Viper. So this is... As I said earlier, I adjusted the map a bit so we don't have long segments of coast where the fish don't spawn. This is about as long as we'll get over here. So northern dock for Mihai. Can no longer dock block against the edge of the map. Not that I'd ever seen someone do it, but it always felt like it looked unfair. And both players docking the outside. There are also 3 pawns in the middle that you can take. And then in the very middle, we replace the 4th pond with just some oysters and some orange bushes. As I noted, there was a Reddit post about these things. They are very clearly yellow, but in the game notes, in the RMS files, in the constants, they are called DLC orange bushes. So... Is there oranges? Maybe, do oranges change color from yellow to orange maybe at some point as they're growing? I don't know. Never grown oranges. Nor have I grown berries. I don't know much about them, but red berries feel common. Yes, I think. Mango bushes, they're called orange bushes. Mangoes, I think, are very different. Mangoes grow on trees though, right? Rather than bushes. Oranges grow on trees. Don't they also grow on bushes? Oranges grow on trees? No? Okay. Well, like, what is this then? Is it a lie that they're called orange bushes? Is that just a complete lie? Fruit bush. That's what it's called when you click on it. Maybe the RMS constants are just a lie. Trees can be rather small, but it's still a tree. Okay. What's the difference between a tree and a bush then? If a bush is not just like a small tree. I guess there must definitely be a difference. Oranges go green, yellow, and orange. Okay. So anyway, Mihai going forward with a couple of militia into men-at-arms. He'll be trying to attack Viper with those men-at-arms, maybe even be so daring as to teach him a lesson. And he'll see the Viper going for a dock, won't be able to stop the Vil or the dock with his scout. Viper more res collected, and as the Burgundians, ooh, he didn't even do Dark Age gill nets. I mean, Dark Age fishing lines. A bush can have many stems, while a tree can only have one. Oh, okay. Structure, size, and growth pattern. Alright. As a programmer, I use trees all the time, but they might be a different type of tree. Okay, some palisades going up for Viper as the TC destroys the rest of the HP that was present on Mihai's scout. Viper didn't do a quick gate between the house and the lumber camp. What? Is this the Viper? Why didn't he try to quick gate that? Well, it feels like those men-at-arms have caused some disruption. Vipers had to go to the straggler trees. You see the idle eco percentage ticking up for Viper, but still has more res collected. So 2 lumber camps and fish booming at the docks. Also notable, Viper has not been able to add in more eco upgrades, while the men-at-arms have been hoovering around in his base, and as he tries to wall this up, maybe he has to be careful about that Vil. And can't wall the Vil fully, is on shallows. Oh yes he can, he just needs to go that way. He figured it out, he's the Viper. And now Flemish militia from him, as he'll engage with the scout, lose some HP there. And the men-at-arms will go down, and the Flemish militia will poke down the other men-at-arms. We never went outside. I mean, we also have the convention that Y starts at the top and then grows down. Maybe it's just consistent with that convention. Pretty sure most people who go through grade school are used to the origin at the bottom left, and then Y grows upwards. Everyone used to our matrix computations. Top row 0. Now, Viper, is there a hole between those houses? Yes there is, and we have a wall the hole. Wait, you just got strawberry milk? I feel like that's a standard option. Like there's milk, then chocolate milk, then strawberry milk. Like those are the top 3. And that was in like little cartons when we were kids in kindergarten. Imagine milking strawberries. Strawberry flavored milk. So horse collar for Viper, still working on upgrades, now starting to add in some farms, doing a blacksmith, going skirm militia, as Mihai has walled himself to the edge, using the docks as part of the walls to go around the back. We've done a full circle. Don't know if Viper could walk around, maybe not. People got more curious about packaging, which looks literally like normal milk. Almond milk. Lots of different types of milk out there. And Castle Age first for Mihai. His res collected still pretty close. Viper doing arson. He wants to break through this hole in the wall, but Mihai will just keep walling it up. He has a lot of room to keep walling and falling back, but he brings the injured Vil away. So there is arson for the Viper. So Castle Age fletching for Mihai. Butcher is hitting the berries, but they have to fall back. Let's do some quick maths. What is, so I can calculate this USA Cup. 21 minus 4 is 17, minus 12 is 5. Okay. Viper's gonna be so far behind in the Castle Age timing. And I mean, it's not like he's been able to do damage on the water, right? You go Hulks, then a couple of Hulks come out to defend, you get the docks there, and you're not doing any damage. Maybe it's skirms versus archers, but Mihai's gonna have a lot of archers to turn into crossbowmen. And then actually has something that can threaten Viper. And Mihai should have the timing on the crossbow upgrade, scale barding armor, and can do one knight with armor and defend very well against feudal skirms. Where are the crossbows? Yeah, crossbows have to go forward. They don't want to come back to fight skirms. They want to be forward. Second TC from Mihai wants to use the food he has. And again, leaving the middle open on inundation lets the crossbows come forward and they can start picking off Vils. And Viper not paying attention to his Vils. What is that? He's maybe trying to break through the house, but he just lost 4 Vils. Mihai with the crossbows almost gets another Vil. What is this? Is this too late in the day for Viper to play? It's only, what, little after 8 p.m. for him? I mean, I'm not one who has a good sleep schedule, but this doesn't feel very Viper-esque. And we're seeing how the docks are such powerful towers now, able to hit crossbowmen, stop Mihai from coming through. In the past, there'd just be a demo there. Viper's still thinking of the demo. I don't think the crossbows actually can break that. Outside the dock's range, though, medium warships from Mihai. And Viper's still trying to break through, but unsuccessfully now that there are 2 TCs defending. 8 PM too late. There's a university for Viper and a second TC for Viper, who's already down 5 Vils. But he does have a very good res collected lead from being Burgundians. And maybe, just maybe, he might be able to lead his people to victory by virtue of having the cheap eco upgrades. Also, he's doing Elite Skirm. We all know Skirm's the best unit in the game. Skirms will come back, because we have Wheelbarrow in the TC. Also medium warships for Viper. Skirms maybe find the knight.
See.
As a scout has to run. So who's winning this game? Is it Viper or Mihai? Mihai has opened up a good Vil count lead, but he's super far behind on eco upgrades. Does not have fishing lines. Viper does. Has a lot of eco upgrades already clicked. Just finished Wheelbarrow. Has ballistics on the way. Knight here killed by skirms. South sailing around are some Hulks. And TC3 for the Viper. TC number 3. Their dock up for Viper 2. This might be losing to Hulks on the bottom. Mihai's still with that Vil lead. Hasn't gone for the 3rd TC though, and Viper just with lots and lots of skirms. Horse collar from Mihai. Again, the eco upgrade lack of researching them could bite Mihai. And will that scout go down? Will a Vil catch it? He's did a gate. Okay, the scout does die looping around the house. I was gonna say, if that scout didn't die, that would have been crazy. Viper's in. He's pushing with skirms against the TC. In the south, looks like a couple of good mangonel shots from Mihai as he's pressuring Viper. Burgundians do have good monks. But they'll need the monastery. Ooh, I think Mihai could have denied that. Maybe didn't shoot early enough with the crossbowman. He has another couple of Vils down on the berries, 7-4 eco KD. Maybe Viper is coming alive on the water, but Mihai just moving his fish to the side where there are more fish. And still no one docking the inner ponds. Yeah, so ballistics for Viper, no ballistics for Mihai. And Viper will do a defensive workshop as he's double palisaded. Ooh, double palisades. Also using the docks as walls along the sides. And wheelbarrow now for Mihai. So more dock walling now that I've done consistent shoreline edges. Three fishing ships in the dock there. Viper will head out for another dock on the shallows. And Mihai's still up by 3 vills. But the extra TC for Viper definitely meaning he pulls ahead. Viper heading fishing ship numbers 2. Warhulk, Fireship, Mangonel, all there for Viper. And a market in the back for Mihai. He's going pretty heavy onto the gold. Dock here going down, taken down by the Warhulks. Castle up for Viper 2. And a dock on the lake for Viper, as he's going to start bringing in those relics, Burgundians. He'll get 2 and likely a 3rd immediately after. I'll get the food trickle along with the gold. He's now up in vills. And if Mihai were looking to pressure earlier, hasn't done enough. You go late game, and Mihai, honestly, if he had the buildings could click, has the workshop, needs a monastery or university. But he's very close to Imp as the Italians. He gets Bracer early. Or wait, he does have a building somewhere. Oh, there's the university. So he's up to Imp. 2 TC Imp. And he's going to hope the fast Imp timing with the Italians will be enough to carry him to victory. Fast Imp timing with Italians. While killing up some of the Flemish militia. Mangonel's come forward. Get a shot. The crossbow's going down. Mangonel hits some skirms on the side. And the Mangonels hit the skirms. He's getting pushed. Viper doing husbandry. He's going Castilier now. Still worry about the Imp timing, and in the early Bracer, there'll be ballistics for Mihai. And he wants to keep his crossbows standing for Bracer. And Bracer and Chemistry clicked both for Mihai. Probably Chemistry first to unlock Bombard Cannon. Once he can push back the skirms, he will. Has to be careful to bring his vills back to the safer wood lines. Can't let Viper do too much damage now, but Viper's up by 20 vills. And Mihai will have to break out. Nice Mangonel shot on the skirms. Can't connect with another one. Viper avoiding it. Nice dodges there. And a couple of houses up for Mihai. What does Viper do? Oh my gosh, look at those fish. 16 fishing ships. Look how inefficient that is. Might have destroyed most of Mihai's fish. Where was Mihai fishing on the side? Mihai's still there at least, but not really fishing the way he wants to. And Imp. There is Imp. So immediately we're going to see Chemistry and Bracer. Yep, Chemistry and Bracer clicked back to back. Another range edited, and once he can afford it, we'll see Arbalest as he'll start adding in Bombard Cannon. There were TC for him now that he's up. And he's going to try to push and push quickly. Now Viper has to make a decision. How does he defend this? If he stays Castle Age, he won't have a good unit for fighting the Arbs. And he's going to go Guard Tower. So Guard Tower defense is useful against someone who's Imp, because they can't get Arbs spread out in your eco when you're covered by Guard Towers. It's not a forever defense though, as Trebs and Bombard Cannon eventually do push the Guard Towers. It's an early Imp defense to buy yourself time. Right now, Viper ahead by about 5k res collected, just needs some time. Has 4 relics too as the Burgundians, and his eco is set up wonderfully, aside from the fact that he's an age beneath Mihai. And now fighting with skirms against the crossbows still. until all the upgrades come in, at least decent. But there's chemistry. They playing anti-Burgundian or anti-Viper? Maybe both? Ooh, what's going on here? Ville's knocked down a Mangonel, Skirm's dying. Crossbow's taking out Skirms, and that's what happens when you get Bracer and Chemistry. 9 attack versus now, what is it for the Skirms? 6 Pierce Armor in the Castle Age, so you start doing damage to them. Instead of 7 attack, you're doing 3. And especially with the hill. You triple your damage against the Skirms, and Arbalest about to come in for Mihai. That means he quadruples the damage and does 4 damage. And then you can really fight the Skirms with the Imp upgrades, has the extra range too. Just has to make sure it doesn't run into the castles. There, demo, no demo. People won't do demos anymore. But yeah, now he's content to fight the Castle Age Skirms with the Imperial Age Arbs. But the guard towers will be spread out to keep the Arbs away from the eco. There's Imp for Viper, who needs to hold for Imp, get the Cav armor, probably, and then charge with Cavaliers. And he doesn't get the final Skirm armor. Bracer and Chemistry still would be nice for the Skirms. He's got 6 relics now, and he can get the 7th. Time to see if he remembered to turn on a Conquest Victory. Viper getting War Galleys on Mihai's Eco can hit the TC. And there's a Bombard Cannon, destroying the guard tower. Nothing Viper really can do about that right now, other than hope he can delay. Delay for Imp. Final armor for the archers from Mihai. And double castles feels like Castilier will still be the play for Viper. He has to hold and wait until he has numbers to fight this. No castle for Mihai, so no Genoese crossbowmen. With these Genoese crossbowmen, I think Viper has a harder time. Viper trying to do a 3rd castle. 2 Bombard Cannon now for Mihai, 3rd on the way. And still trying to push with the Italians' timing advantage. Is this a... Oh, wait. That's the Imp TC right there. Viper has to fight lest the Imp TC be destroyed. He could lose all of the relics. Mihai realizes there are 6 relics in that monastery. I think he'd probably be trying to shoot it down more. Viper will try to move relics to the back monastery now. Nice patrol stack on the Yarbs. Mihai, not being as aggressive as he can be, will let Viper get Imp. TC 80%. He's going to focus the monastery first. Not that that's a bad choice, but in our vision, we know Viper put Imp in that TC. Maybe this would have been the safer one. Range being hit, but that doesn't really matter. 4 cannon now for Mihai as he targets the castle. That is a lot of Castilier. And Viper will surely click the armor as soon as he's doing Bracer first. What is... I guess that's for the Skirms. Okay, well, he's going to want Bracer and the armor. Maybe he should have done double Blacksmith. Wouldn't have minded double Blacksmith, honestly. I'll give him much better timing here. Because those Italians, they now have, what's that, 6 Bombard Cannon. Or 5 Bombard Cannon. I'm sure the 6 will be coming out soon. More Arbs. And his pure Arb Cannon. For now, the cannon cover the Skirms. That would be a weakness of the Arbs. There's the Cav armor for Viper. I don't think he can get to Elite Castilier right away, so it will be Armored Castilier, no attack upgrades against Bombard Cannon. Bombard Cannon will take out 1 more tower. And we see how the towers slow down the Arb push. But they don't stop it completely as the cannon are added. And there we go. What are we up to now? 6 cannon. Viper trying to amass units for 1 big fight. If he cleans this army, he's fine. He still has boats in the back attacking Mihai. If he cleans the army, he wins. Will he clean the army? How will the fight, though, go? Some Castilier getting out ahead of him. Trying to figure out how to take the engagement. Does not want to suffer a big attack ground from the Bombard Cannon. Mihai, I feel like 30 Arbs should lose to 23 Castilier. That have armor. Viper is getting Elite Castilier. Okay, he does click it. He does click it, and that's what he wants to wait for. And then he's going to go Skirm, Elite Castilier, and take 1 big fight. Remember, the Italians do not get halbs. And on stone right now, Mihai desperately waiting for a castle for Genoese crossbowmen, but he's not going to get that in time. Those 6 cannon are not being brought back. He's going for the castle. Cannon could maybe try for an attack ground on the Castilier. They almost get one. And now this is going to be one big fight. There's the split. Do you go for the Arbs or the cannon? Well, charge attacks on the cannon. The cannon will melt. The castle probably goes up, but not before the army disintegrates for Mihai. And this might be the GG fight. As all of the Arbs go down, they would have to garrison. 27 Arbs still there. Viper under the castle going to pursue them. He's losing a lot of Castilier. But he can replace them a lot more easily than Mihai can replace his military, even though it is cheaper Arbs. Viper's eco, so much better. Look at that res collected difference. Viper going for 2 more castles. 4 castles and more Castilier. He lost his forward skirms. KD actually still favoring Mihai. This was expensive for Viper. He won't get into raid until he... Oh, actually, he will get into the very big with Castilier on that gold. And Mihai realizes that he will throw up a quick TC. And Kurt from Mihai too. Lack of bracer on the skirm is definitely hurting Viper. Man, killing the cannon, though, means that Viper is now completely defended and can't be pushed. That was super expensive. And Viper still does have 7 relics. He has scouted the final one as a monk out there. And yeah, over 20k res more, doing town patrol, even moving in with the skirms, and Viper has this. Viper has this easily. Castilier, another opening in the back. Viper, is, since winning the water, has managed to make holes in the walls in the back. And he's done what he needed to do. He held against the early imp 2 TC pressure of the Italians, and now that he has the armor on the cav, can run in, raid with Castilier wherever he wants. Get under the TCs, tank a bit of TC fire. Which even with Trebs up the middle, there's a GG from Mihai. And Viper will tie the set 1-1. So, bit of a dud for Viper in game 1 against the Koreans on Ring Nomad, just getting tower rushed into oblivion, but here he comes back, lost a few vills early on to Mihai, but played the Burgundian Eco and the Burgundian Boom perfectly, managed to win the water while managing the imp timing, guard tower defense against the early Arbs, and got the upgrades in time to deal with the cannon. So, GG there. That'll be Immersion, 1 by Viper. And for Civs, it'll be Burgundians over Italians. So, high picks for both of them. 1-1. Alright, let me run to the bathroom, then we'll have game 3 coming up. Alright, so let's see, what map have we gotten from the players? It'll be Crownwood. It'll be Gurjurs for Viper and Magyars from Mihai. We'll have a 1-minute spec delay. And then we shall launch. So Gurjurs, Magyars. So Magyars a clear cav civ. Gurjurs a camel civ to attempt to counter that. Late game for the Magyars would want to be usually heavy cav archer, Magyar hussar. With the Gurjurs going imp camel. Now camel cav archer is an interesting one. If the camels force the fight, they slaughter the cav archers. If Mihai micros properly, keeps the cav archers away, doesn't let Viper force a fight, then the cav archers win. And then you start getting dances with siege positioning, as the Gurjurs do with bombard cannon. I'll check when I get in game, but I think it's bombard cannon, no siege engineers. So you end up trying to protect the cannon from Magyar hussars, use the camels to keep the cav archers away, and then try to pick off buildings with the cannon, snipe castles where you can. Not much gold on Crownwood either. I'll get in, we can talk slightly about the map and some of the changes I'd made to it. And alright, the map is Crownwood. Let's see, that doesn't touch the side. Oh, none of the hills touch the side, nice. I had hills that touched the side, so I did my best to make sure there was still rock terrain along the sides. In case they did. Anyway, we will have Mihai as the cyan Magyars to the southwest, Viper as the yellow Gurjurs to the northeast. The map is Crownwood. We have 11 hills spread around the map, 1 directly in the center, and then 3 and 3 on each side in a ring at the same radius as the player TCs, and then 1 final hill in each of the corners. If you had seen this for Red Bull, one change we made is we added rock terrain to the bottom of each of the hills. That means you can't wall straight from the hill to the TC, keeps the map more open. Also, these little scraggly extra wood lines, they are a bit farther from the TCs too. So this map was in the open category. Mem wanted it to be more open, so we made it a bit more open. And now Magyars will be an aggressive scout civ. Scouts into CA, as I said, they get the free forging. Melee attack upgrades free at the blacksmith, the forging line, and the scout cav line is discounted. Yeah, now it looks a bit like a different Land Madness. I think a lot cleaner than Land Madness, the way this rock is done. Land Madness originally had ice terrain, if you remember it from the old Voobly days, and a bunch of squares. It's like Crownwood Madness. It's the Crown of Madness.
Huh.
And I wonder if Camel Scouts are an option for Viper in the Feudal Age. Usually players are so far apart that it would just be full wall and boom. And the hill in the middle also makes the rush distance a bit larger because you have to go around the trees. Yeah, it's not that much, but it still affects it a bit. And 6 sheep in the middle for the Gurjurs. I guess maybe the Gurjur food eco is slightly weaker on the 9-ville start since you only have 6 sheep to put in there instead of 8. But it's not that big of a difference. Loom for Viper on 19 pop. Loom for Mihai on 19 pop, so it looks like a 19 pop up for both of them. As Mouflon is getting pushed in by Mihai. Another house up from Mihai, as he's getting his walls ready. We're just pushing in those deer equivalents. Also, this map did have a 50-50 chance of chickens or deer. We just made it 100% deer like we did for all maps. There are barracks at the front for the Viper. Had a bit of a delay there. That Mouflon's very well behaved for him.
Namaste.
And everyone will be... Oh, nice circular walls for Viper. Since he can't wall this up. Circular wall. That's what we're expecting now. You got a wall in your lumber camps. And you can't get a straight wall to the TC. So trickier to play. Most definitely trickier to play. So stable opening from both. And this is where I want to see Viper. Will he do camel scouts? I think he can do one? I forget what's their gold cost of camel scouts. Oh, did my internet die? Oh, okay. I think we're good. Hopefully. Oh, nope. My internet died. Hopefully my internet's okay. Stabilize, please. Are we back? Are we back? Mini F, are we okay? I'm still dropping frames. Are we back? I don't think we're back. OBS is still red. OBS is still angry at me. We back F5? Okay. I think we're not back. Anyway, I dropped from the game. Am I getting yes? You can hear me? Okay. This is the downside. My internet drops for a second and I drop from the game and I have to rejoin the game. So sorry about that. Let me, also got to restart Capture Age. Let me just rejoin the game. And then I have to fast forward. So sorry about that. Burger and Coffee and Jar is the name of the lobby. We're good. Let's go on YouTube. All right. Sorry about that. Internet in the United States is unfortunately not reliable. Two places I've lived in my life, the United States and Germany. Horrible internet quality. At some point soon, as much as I love the wooden background, I know I'm going to have to move to some place that has fiber internet. What do you mean I don't think I'm back? I mean, I don't think I'm back because the game dropped and we get to fast forward through it. And even like just a very slight drop means I have to fast forward through the game. So, Mihai trying to harass, Viper going for normal scouts instead of camel scouts. Still only normal scouts, and we'll just catch up here. Scouts and scouts just hoovering around. One kill from Mihai early on. Didn't miss too much, just some feudal scouts. Tree root in the fiber line. A lot of birds flying around. You notice the birds a lot more when you speed up, I think. There was the one time, though, there was a bug in the original, or not the original, but in DE's older Kilimanjaro script, as we have a big fight between the scouts here, and the spears are poking scouts, and with the tower, that's a great fight for Mihai. That there were straggler trees like these bushes placed around the map. But there was a bug that acacia was misspelled for the acacia trees. The name for the tree was misspelled in the map script. And because it was an undefined constant, the map script defaulted to using the previous object, which happened to be the bird. And it was the type of thing no one really noticed that the straggler trees were missing. They're not the biggest part of the map. And they were all birds. So it's not like it broke anything else. All the straggler trees spawned as birds, and then one day I was casting, I was like, wait a minute, there's like 50 birds on this map, what's going on? Because you're zoomed out on Capture Age, fast forwarding, and the birds are everywhere. And then I debugged that, and I was like, oh, that was for TTL a while ago. Oops, we added a lot of birds. Or DE added a lot of birds when they typoed this script. Am I on cable internet? Yes, cable internet. The most expensive internet package my ISP has. 35 Mbps upload. And that mill needs to be repaired, as Mihai would love to eject the sheep from the Gajur mill. Don't think he's gonna... Whoa, there are too many spears for that, right? I don't think he can do that. Clutching for Viper. Still has one archer and a couple of spears defending. And Mihai, 6 scouts will have to get out. That's more than 6, right? That's 8 scouts. That's 11 scouts. Cable versus Fiverr. Yep, 35 Mbps. It is very slow. Those want to fight the Camel Scout. Camel Scout has to get away. Archers will fight the Vil. Vil has to run. And Archer transition from Viper. Triple stable from Mihai. Let's go triple stables. The Gajur should be well positioned to do Camel Scouts to fight that though, right? Well, not if Viper's this far behind this many Magyar scouts. Ooh, might have been a mistake for Viper to have gone for archers. He now needs to do a tower to defend his gold. Mihai could swap the tower over to attack the lumber camp. You make Viper build too much of the tower, you get stone left over. Or just long distance mine some stone. Actually, Mihai's mining stone. Viper will see that. That scout's actually pretty weak. Mihai has enough stone for another tower should he need one. Or should he want to be aggressive with it. Yep, with Fiber, the up-down speeds are equal. I have the 1 gig download speed, but that is irrelevant for me as a streamer. I need upload speed. And my ISP has nearby areas with Fiber, but not me. With Fiber plans that are cheaper, with faster speeds. And there is the gold mine, mining camp there, and scale barding armor for Viper. New avian base trees. Box formation. I like that. Spear at the front and the back, archers in the middle. That's a nice little cute box formation. A Viper on the back of Mihai's base. Mihai's still not on gold. He long distance mined 50 gold for bloodlines earlier, and he is continuing to pump triple stable scouts. So Viper, since he went archers now, I can't really move out to attack Mihai. Mihai, if he ever brings scouts back, cleans the army. What Viper has to do is essentially camp the TC and try to keep the scouts in positions where they don't want to take fights, and he's relying on quick walls, and honestly, losing only 1 Vil there is crazy. Maybe he'll lose a second. The scout's getting in. There aren't any spears that are able to fight, and Mihai only 9 scouts, so he has to get back. Has a few Vils on the front as he's losing the fight to Viper's tower. And Viper is still camping the gold as he's trying to do a market and go up. Now, Mihai at some point needs to get enough scouts to clean the army in the back of his base. That's really hurting his farming. Also doesn't have a wheelbarrow. Personally, I always like getting wheelbarrow in before adding in the full commitment to the scouts. You're so heavily on farms, I think it really smooths out your eco. Oh, Mihai trying to run off the edge of the map there. Can't dodge the archers that way. And Viper needs very careful reads on the positioning of scouts to make sure if he ever moves away from the TC like this, that he has the army to stop it. And now he's trying to go camel scouts. Let's go, let's go. Blackmailing Verizon. How does that even work? No one would ever leave for Comcast. I have Verizon for my phone, but no Fios here. So, Archer down to the scouts. No hole in the woodline walls. Viper keeping that secured. What is written on the road signs? There are a few different things. They're mostly... There's one that says East and West, another that says Blacksmith and Market. Otherwise, it's city names. In the original game, it was the last names of various developers. They were so low resolution, you couldn't really read them. Is there a road sign around here somewhere? Someone asked for the road sign. Oh, I go over here. What's that one say? I have no idea. Someone will have to translate for that, me. Someone have to translate that. I have no idea. Anyway, back to the Camel Scout fight. Mihai losing some HP on his scouts. The Camel Scouts do have +5 against cavalry. I've never really seen extended Camel Scouts before. But here we go with a patrol stat, Camel Scout plus Archer. In the back, Mihai could try to pick more Vills. All those are full HP for Viper as he runs back to the TC. Mihai trying to take the hill here. 4 Camel Scouts, 12 Scouts. I think I still like this fight from Mihai. There's Castle Age for Viper. Once Viper gets actual camels, this is stopped, and this is stopped hard.
Orange. Again.
Multiple stable scouts against a camel civ is always a big risk that the civ gets to camels. I tried Starlink. Starlink speeds are even slower than my ISP. And Archer's cleaned by scouts. So Mihai cleans the army. We have now double stables from Viper, as he's going to go double stable camels. And he'll make camel scouts on the way up for them to be upgraded immediately into camels. Viper with a tower on his gold, and he's going to quick wall. He will get the wall up. That's 17 scouts for Mihai, and he has a moment maybe to take one big fight. He doesn't want it under the tower. And this is, I don't think, the fight that Mihai wants. This is camels and spears and the tower and everything punishing him. That's a rough location for the fight. Scouts will get away. There's Viper up at the Castle Age. Find food and then Castle Age from Mihai. A watchtower forward from Mihai as well. So, double tower defense. Crossbow, husbandry for Viper, and now those camel scouts become normal camels. The game calls them camel riders now, but we all know they're actually camels and heavy camels. Not camel rider and heavy camel rider. But, yeah, looking good for Viper. Survived past the scout push. And it'll maybe be triple stables. I mean, Mihai has to keep making scouts. He can't let Viper come forward without any type of counterattack. Otherwise, all the camels are forward and raiding and protecting the crossbows. So towers now, camels won't want to run under arrow fire. They'll keep the crossbows away too. Kind of like we saw Viper doing the guard tower defense against the arbalests in the previous game. Towers don't quite defend each other fully, so Viper has a bit of area in the murder holes range where he can sit and still snipe at Vills and assist the camels in taking out the tower, ensure that there are no repairs. When Mihai's up, he can do Bodkin, but don't know if Bodkin's what he's aiming for when he has 10 scouts and triple stable scout production. I feel like light cav, husbandry, armor will be his goal, and then wanting to raid. Yeah, at least they're riders and not raiders. Yeah, there's light cav and armor. But still, Viper is the camels. And monastery now, one monastery against all those camels. It's a lot of defensive towers. But the scouts will be killed before they become light cav. Viper maybe needs to get out with the camels or just raid Vills with the camels. He's just saying, I'll deal with the tower fire, no problem. Viper is victorious. Mihai calls the GG. Don't worry, he wrote GG in game after he resigned. Capture Age just doesn't pick it up. And there we are, as the Viper is victorious. He is up 2-1 over Mihai. So 60 to 47 KD for Viper. Better eco as well. Castle time 3 minutes faster for Viper. So Camel Civ stopping the multi-stable scouts. You survive to Castle Age, and then camels kind of stop it usually. Yeah, I couldn't find enough damage. Viper managed to defend just enough. So that's Crownwood lost, and maybe Kilimanjaro next. Oh yes, Kilimanjaro with the actual bird map. No, I didn't actually check if this one had extra birds or not. But Gajur's at the end, a nice camel civ pick for Viper, correctly guessing Mihai would go Magyars, and then he had the counter to it. So Gajur's... I mean, maybe the way you want to play that as Magyars is going Cav Archers. Because Gajur camels would be more useful against melee units with their melee armor than against Cav Archers. But still the awkward situation, if the camels ever jump the CA get massacred. So it's hard to play, even if I think the peak is maybe a bit higher for Cav Archers. They do get the Shravamsh Dodgers, but once you get enough Cav Archers, you deal with them. I don't think Shravamsh Riders are all that strong. And here indeed, Kilimanjaro, Persians against Bohemians, so two very different civs. And spec dashboard, will we load in? Load in, please. And alright, so Kilimanjaro will have Viper as the yellow Persians to the west, and Mihai as the cyan Bohemians to the east. Almost said Burgundians, Bohemians. They ever do Xbox only tournaments? Not of a big size, no. There isn't really a high level competitive scene on console. There are a couple players who have really grinded with the controller to get up to around, like, I think 1800 or so on the 1v1 ladder. But that's nowhere close to a top player level. So this is Kilimanjaro. This is the new version that's in DE. Oh, this is a different flag? Oh, the flag can maybe change. This is a different character than we'd seen before on the flag. Again, I don't think this is the correct flag for the African Kingdoms map, but it is white and blends in. So, Speediest TC versus Speediest Vills. Are Bohemian Vills, when they're fully upgraded, they're faster than the Berber Vills, right? Slightly faster. So, barracks for Viper and pre-mill barracks. So, loom for him, and he's going up without a mill. Mill for Mihai. So if you saw this map in previous versions of TTL, players had a pond with 2 shorefish. That is absent from DE's version of the map. One change I did make to the map was if players spawn near a corner, they won't have huge wood lines all the way in the back. They will have their standard 4 forests around their TC, but the global forests won't be in the corner. That's just to kind of prevent situations where one player has a huge advantage with a black forest-like map. Mihai still did have a few trees there. There's a pond that ended up over there too. Real Kilimanjaro has thick forested slopes. That's what the old map was like. The forests were mostly on the slopes. So I don't know what the change was about. I mean, the baobab trees, they do have 200 wood. But I don't know if that's the actual... I'll need to go watch some nature documentary about Kilimanjaro, like I did for Ansoris Mariensis. What is this tag? Oh, you have a bit of a pause there. Oh, what is that? A leopard? Hello, leopard, as Viper comes forward with a militia. Alright, what is the pause? I don't see anything in the chat. Viper pausing, maybe he's having some lag too. 10% faster for Berbers, 15% for Bohemians. All right, 15% faster then. That's more than 10. They have to research. So Fervor and wrong save. Fervor and Sanctity 15% faster movement speed and 15% HP at the monastery do apply to the villagers as well as the monks. And Viper now forward, lucky it wasn't the Vil who ran into the Jaguar, with a scout and a militia ready to attack Mihai. He'll be up faster. Mihai on 21 pop, mining stone, might be going for a Phosphoro Bohemians Hussite wagon play. And there'll be a forward range from Viper to try to disrupt this. Out of the last game end, Viper made it to the Castle Age and made camels. And then killed a bunch of scouts with camels.
Ari. Ferman amade.
You need a lot of wood. So there's Mihai almost up, but a couple of militia attacking the house. And we'll have a house for Viper as an archer comes forward. There's a market from Mihai. Ooh, imagine if Viper one-hit the market with the scout. Market might be denied by the archer, though. I mean, the archer can walk down the palisades. Going for the trap bills by the wood line. He wants to wall them in. Oh, Viper. He's walled in those vills now. Archer shooting over the market. Not going to try to deny the market, but... Market to... Okay, yeah, he doesn't have the rest to go up. Is Mihai just completely dead here? Yeah, he even did the market to try to castle his way. What did he do there? He didn't even use the market. He has no resources. Went for the 21 pop Phosphor build, hoping they'd be far enough away. But Viper kind of sniffed this out, seeing this it was the Bohemians. And I think Viper's going to win this set. Pretty clearly. 3-1. There's a tower for Viper. Hill's heading to gold. Mihai does not have... Mihai's just dead. This is Viper doing to Mihai what Mihai did to Viper in game 1. This is open. Well... Mihai has a wood line. Has some hares over there. But that's now no gold, no stone, no berries. Scout immediately goes for the weak Vil. Well, congratulations, Viper. He will get a 3-1 win. I don't think there's more to say here. Oh, disaster from Mihai. Disaster. Oh, he kills a scout. He kills a scout. Viper getting greedy. The characteristic Viper greed. Going for a Vil under the TC. So how many... Oh, wait. Never mind. Wait. No, never mind. I was completely wrong. I didn't even see the minimap. I thought that was a lake because it was blue. Mihai. He has a range in the back of Viper's base. Viper just as baited as I was. I thought that was a Phosphoro. No, it was a sneak Vil. So Mihai has no resources, but Viper's also killed in the back. So it's actually 5-3 on the Vil KD. So Mihai has no resources. Mihai has no resources at all. And maybe that was just a debate Phosphoro sneak? As Viper just needs to make skirms and he's still fine. Because he just needs food for skirms and stragglers. Now, Uno reverse card played by Mihai. Uno reverse. You know, I saw the pond. I thought there was a pond on the minimap for a minute. But no, that's actually... You gotta put Mihai in purple. Make him stand out more. Picking cyan on the minimap to blend in on Kilimanjaro. But also, losing archers to the TC is not what you want here. And a couple of skirms for Viper will fend this off. And Viper able to get a range on both sides. So Viper now under the tower. Mihai gonna send Vils. Mihai gonna fight the archers with Vils. I still think Mihai's far more dead than Viper is. If you look at the res collected, he's down by 1,000 more. And Mihai needs to garrison the weak vills in the tower. Oh, I think some vills are falling there. Archers are falling. That vill might go down. Yeah, the Cyan sneak. Yeah, also hiding from the casters. Yeah, so idle TC time, much more for Mihai than for Viper. Mihai went for the double range forward and waited for the archers, but that also gave Viper enough time to get Wood to do his defensive range. It's 25 seconds per villager. So feel free to do a calculation for me. Now Mihai is sending everyone to gold, because that's the only thing he has. No stone, no berries, he has a bit of wood. The second tower just enough for him. So he will call the GG though. Alright. So he is very dead. Viper 31 to 20 vills, and the sneak from Mihai was very sneaky, but did not do enough damage, did not hit early enough. I was wondering why he didn't resign. That's because he had a plan. And yeah, the sneak took too long. Let me maybe go back. We'll watch that sneak. Let me go watch that sneak from the beginning. I'll go watch that wreck. Let's just see the timings of the sneaks. So just fast forward this. We'll keep an eye. I'm going to put Mihai in purple so he shows up on the minimap better. Do the Lakers colors. Cyan's usually a color that shows up pretty well. Just kind of blend in a bit. Okay, yeah, so Mihai's going for the sneak, like, right away. That's 4 minutes in. And will Viper ever see this? Let's see. No, he doesn't. So, but he's feudal so much later. He's going for the vill on the barracks, and Viper's pushing at the front. And at this moment, he can do a house, struggling to afford the range. He's doing the market at home. Maybe making Viper think he's doing a fast castle. And Viper could have maybe seen the vill if he were paying attention. He still hasn't actually scouted this all. He's actually rather close to scouting it. But then 2 ranges from Mihai, pumping archers, and there he's forward. But by the time he's forward, he's also completely dead. So no resources. And here it's only a 3 vill difference, but that's also idle time for Mihai, and Viper doesn't have to idle the TC. Viper has 5 farms that the archers won't really threaten. Mihai has no food and doesn't have the wood to add in food. So maybe we can put it back in Cyan. No issues with the strategy whatsoever. No Misty. So the GG for Mihai. Alright, so GG's. Viper 3-1 wins that. And congrats, Viper. Let me go clear those wrecks out of my save game folder. There's a loss on Kilimanjaro with the sneak. What do we have there? Bohemians losing to the Persians. No Mapuche or Tupi picked for Viper. And Chop AoE2, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you as we climb towards 16,000 followers. Now, we do have USA Cup to cast. The first live set is in about 2 hours. Great content. Thank you very much. And we also have Rex of Masty and Cryptic to cast. But I want to eat some lunch. So I think I'm going to take a break and I'll be back. I don't know if I'll cast Nojo versus Scotty, because that's kind of a mismatch. But at some point, in 2 or 3 hours, I'll cast USA Cup. And I'll also cast the Masty Cryptic Rex around that time. Lunch is very important for it's very important to eat lunch. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 15 minutes, and then I was also live for like an hour and a half earlier this morning for the Onamaru event. So we're actually been going for maybe about 6 hours already, and we're gonna have more this evening. So we'll find someone we can raid. Find someone to raid. and then we'll be back. I'm guessing everyone who casted Warlords will go offline, so I'll probably raid someone else, like John Slow. Is John Slow streaming on YouTube? Let me check if he is. So thank you all for watching. I'll be back in a couple hours. Let me see if John Slow is on YouTube. Oh, he is on YouTube. I'm gonna raid John Slow, both on Twitch. Does John Slow have YouTube raids enabled? Let me see if he does. I get my fiber, not from my internet, but from my diet. So thank you all very much for watching. We'll be back in a bit for USA Cup. And see you in a couple of hours. Only cats, hello, only cats, and goodbye, only cats. Go say hello to John Slow. Doubly hello to John Slow. And let me go to the customization, redirect. Can I add a redirect to John Slow? I can't add a redirect to John Slow. Oh wait, I can, yes. Whew, okay, I can. There we are, save. I was afraid he didn't have his settings set up. So I click end stream here, and I think I redirect, and I raid John Slow on Twitch. He has an underscore in his name, right? Yes. So double raid Twitch and YouTube. Go follow John Slow, and we'll be back later.